Clark, join us, pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is approve the minutes of Monday, September 12th. As presented.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Dawn's moved.
I'll second.
Tim second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye. I'll abstain since I was not here.
Tom was not present. Next is, what is that? Miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize director chairman to sign one tax abatement in the amount of $199.24. I'm guessing it was a pickup.
Yeah.
That was sold.
One that sold in 2019.
Yeah.
Also moved.
Dawn's moved.
I'll second.
Tim second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Based upon, the next one is based upon the recommendation, y'all got the extra one that was slipped in here this morning.
It's on white paper.
Based upon the recommendation of Sheriff's Office, moved to authorize Director Chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Christopher Lawson, jail, full-time, corrections 1, classification 25-1, wage $16.47, effective 9/13 of 22.
So moved.
Tom's moved. I'll second. Tom moved, Jesse seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. For some reason it's telling, oh, we were waiting on that one for when Jeff comes in, aren't we? And Connie's coming. Yeah, Connie will be on. There's the state abatement. I need to sign the tax abatement.
It's in that green folder.
It's in the green folder?
Yeah.
Just waiting for 9:05, Lynn County Sheriff friend.
I bet he's down with Tom right now.
He might be.
Yes.
Yes.
Might call Tom and remind him.
They were coming. They were on their way.
These are already. These need Wade and Angie's signatures. The red folder.
Look behind there and see if there's anything else.
Additional payroll tax, everybody'd sign.
Well, I guess it must just be ours then.
If Tom was gone, I mean, Tom can review and sign.
Yeah. I mean, it only takes 3. I mean, not saying
Right.
you can't, but
Right.
I'm confused as to why she, unless she's wanting him. And then there's some special issues there in the yellow folder.
Okay. I'll sign the minutes while we're waiting on. Move that button off the table, didn't it? gentlemen.
On, sir.
We just was killing a little time here waiting on your,
We had the important coffee drinking to do.
gotta get your Monday started right.
Absolutely.
Just a few more minutes, we'll have all this done here. Don't wanna run you behind.
Absolutely. Did you see the security glass bid? I sent it, I think they should all have it. Sorry. Thank you.
I'm gonna hold up.
You're gonna hold up? Okay.
I wanna keep these gentlemen waiting.
Lynn County Sheriff, you're up.
Fine gentlemen waiting.
Not in any hurry at all, sir. You say me?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Morning, gentlemen, ladies. My name's Kevin Friend. I'm the sheriff in Lynn County, Kansas, and it was my understanding that there was some talk about the Lynn County Justice Center, which was just recently built over the last year or so, well, probably a year and a half now, and there might be some questions about that, and I wanted to present myself to you. Operationally and stuff like that, I was very involved in the facility, and if there's anything I can help you all to better your facility, to better Coffee County, I'd certainly be interested in doing that, because really it takes a village to build one of these things, and I just want to be available to you. I know some of you have been to our facility and seen it. Of course, we're open and operational and working now, but anything I could answer, I'm more than happy to try.
What was some of the pink elephants in the room during the construction that would maybe give us a little advance knowledge?
So, Commissioner, I think probably, during the time that we built, of course, we came on, the project had been in planning for years, probably more than a dozen years, honestly, to get the project moving. And I have a lot of knowledge of that, because although I wasn't there in the position that I'm in now, my mother was a county commissioner there, and I heard a lot of her woes because I've been in law enforcement for so many years. And we talked about a lot of things. We'd gone to visit other facilities and to see what was being built around, quite frankly, the state, and not just the state of Kansas, but also some even in Missouri, because we're right on the state line. So I think the biggest points, and quite frankly, I'm going to kind of call them temporary points of failure, but they weren't failures. They weren't showstoppers. But during the time that we started to build, I think we all have an understanding of what COVID did to society, to government, to, quite frankly, all the industries and stuff out there. We had a lot of trouble with procurement, to be able to get the right thing at the right time to put in the right spot when we needed it put there. Because, if we look at something like our hot water system, we have a 600-gallon hot water system, and that system, albeit it was ordered months and months in advance, they had trouble with the building of it. So by the time we got, and I'm just talking about a 600-gallon hot water tank, and that's just one item of a few. But that one didn't come until late. So actually, when it did finally arrive and we got, possession of that product, we had to actually remove some of the stuff that was put in place to get it in spot. When our X-ray system came in that sits in our hallway, or in our lobby, going into the halls for the court and stuff like that, all of our security measures, that system was about 3 months late arriving came from the state of California. It was shipped to us. So things like that were problematic. They weren't showstoppers, but they were problems because of the time that we built. I think that you guys with your system right now, we would see a lot of that stuff opening back up, where procurement for you might not be as big of a problem as procurement was for us. I remember that at one time, our architect and builder came to us and told us, you know, one huge problematic issue at that very moment was copper. All of your copper, you know, because you have 40, 50, 60 miles of copper in the building, running electrical components and stuff like that. It was huge to us, and they had to go out and make a major purchase at the onset when the purchase wasn't planned that way, because copper was rising at 4% per day at that time. So to get in and properly do the job within the budget, and we were at a $20,600,000 budget, to properly do that, they had to make some big purchases at the onset or the front of the build, when actually they probably wouldn't have purchased a lot of that until 4 to 6 months into the build. So now you also have problems that came to us as, where do we store things? You know, some things like that. And those they don't sound like a big issue, but when you're trying to order furniture in to furnish a 44,000 square foot facility, and you have to order that furniture in months and months in advance to have it in place, to have every piece in place, to essentially slam into that facility when the doors open, you have to have somewhere to store that off-site. So some of those things were issues. I would call a few of those things temporary failures, but it all came together and everything was operational. Now, in the end, you know, we were given a date. We first started talking about a date in March of move-in, and then the date became May, and then it came to fruition in August, fully moved in. So, you know, some things like that were problematic, but when you've been waiting for, in our position, 12, 13 years for the structure.
Couple of months isn't bad.
Yeah, what is a couple of months? Yeah.
So, did you guys come in budget?
They had set a maximum budget, our commissioners did, so it had to be within that budget structure, and they pulled that in within that $20,600,000 some dollars. And again, please, Commissioner, I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't know all about the financial aspects of it, because the commission did handle most of that work. I was involved in operational and getting things put into place. So I can tell you, though, that they were within the money that they had to be, because they had a maximum set budget and it couldn't go over that amount. So
Did you guys have a project manager or a project company that overseen the whole construction other than your architect builder?
Our builder was they were our PM, they were our project manager.
Okay.
And our builder, the way they did that, we had, and I hate to say this because Tom's sitting behind me and he's about to get really busy if this thing gets started. We had a lot of times, I mean, I met with our project manager. I feel like I know him better than probably any of the people that work for me. You know, we met at least weekly before. Then we went into, we had different types of meetings all the time. We had, you know, builder owner meetings. So we would be at those types of meetings probably on a weekly basis for some time, and then we stretched those out a little bit to a monthly basis. But we had so many other meetings underway of how things were going to work or how we would set things in place. You know, that was almost daily communication. And quite frankly, we're 1 month in. I moved my gel in, I think 1 month ago today, and I've probably still been in communication with my builder for warranty items at least once or twice a week, still today. And he's actually on site today. My builder's on site, and I have 2 or 3 of the contractors on site, because once we opened up, you know, you don't learn about the structure and how everything totally works and the functionality of everything until you get the process moving. So when you start running hot water through lines, you could learn of a valve failure because the valves weren't set to the level that they're taking in hot water at the pressure they're taking it. So we had some failures there. Our plumbing company's been back, replaced all of those items under warranty. And you know, I guess what I can say is everybody has held strong to the warranty issue because we have a 1 year from turnover date on our warranty. And everybody has come back and taken care of items that we have found, quite frankly, that either didn't perform the way they were supposed to. And I know we had several 3-inch valves that didn't perform the way they were supposed to because of our water pressure and our water temperature. But those have all been replaced now, so I'm not getting a 2 o'clock in the morning call that we've sprung a leak, you know. Anything else, guys, I'm happy to answer whatever I can and try to make sense of stuff, but it gets really busy. I mean, you're going to have essentially a year of, you're probably going to wonder where your sheriff is, because he's going to be involved in a meeting or something, and you know, it's very meeting intensive, but I will say that that's a blessing, because we get to meet and know everybody that we're dealing with. You know, I remember my first meetings, they started with where do windows go indoors, and those are all for security reasons when you're talking about your jail, your booking areas, any of your intake areas, how your Sally port gets set up. I mean, there's a meeting for everything that we're going to put into place. And it's kind of, I know I had a commissioner who said, I'll be at those meetings, and you know, he's working at a different deal too. I've seen him at very few, not to his fault, but either him or I were there. And you know, I would say that it's very, when you're building a project of this size, it's going to be very intense. And going back to our project manager, I mean, he's the guy who kept me in the loop, and I say our conversations were daily, and sometimes they were many times a day. But I think there's a value to that as well, because as the sheriff in this facility, you know, you think about the size of the structure and how it's set up. You have to know every moving piece. You have to know how to operate. We have a water system called the Willoughby water system. I assume you guys will probably have it too. It's essentially a conservation system. You have to know how that operates. You know, it's an electronic system through a computer. We have 4 boilers in our facility. 2 of those run hot water, 2 of those run heat, and it's a hot water heat, so it's kind of redundant, but nevertheless, they're separated. You have to know how those work. You have to know how your water softener system works that runs into the boiler system, so you're protecting those units and causing yourself less maintenance in the upcoming days. But there's a million things in these processes, and I just want you to know, I mean, Tom's a friend of mine. We've known each other for some time, and I want him to be successful. And quite honestly, if it's because of what we learned by default, I want to be able to, we sat down in his office this morning, went over plans, and you know, my things that I could tell him now are what we would have done different. Mm-hmm. And there's not a lot, but there are a few things operationally that we would have probably had this room bigger than that room or something like those things like that, you know. We just loaded our evidence room. We put about 38,000 items in it recently from our old facility to our new. You know, and we found a few hang-ups. None of them were showstoppers, but some of them were hang-ups that you got to kind of reconsider how you're going to do shelving or a process or something in your evidence lab. So,
did you have somebody other than yourself that was on county behalf to ensure that somebody, because when you got your architect builder, you know, it's kind of like letting the fox guard the hen house. Did you have somebody to go between that individual and the county and yourself to oversee and make sure that things were being done correctly and maybe not hidden or?
No, we really didn't. I've seen that process. I've seen that process in Dickinson County when Goldberg built Dickinson and built and remodeled, and I think the remodel's still underway. But their build project was pretty large, a little bit similar to ours. They had a few different processes in place in Dickinson, and I went out there with Sheriff Davis a few times, and I toured his facility. Went back once it was kind of operational. They had part of it operational because they were doing a build remodel, a little bit different, not like a new site build. but no, I did see that process there where they had, I think their emergency management director was their kind of their go-between. And I would say, you know, that might have been successful there. For us, we really didn't have that person. Our commissioners would, you know, communicate any of the financial obligation and things like that. So they were working that, and they worked, you know, I know a big portion of what they did, if we had a change order or something, they made review of that. They might go to a meeting about it. They might go look at the site to see what they were doing. But we really didn't have the person at the county level that was an in-between. I would say that I probably served in that position as much as anybody else, and I'm going to say that and follow it up with unfortunately, because I'm not a builder. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years, but I'm not a construction guy. My family is, but I'm not. And you know, I leaned on a lot of people. I had quite frankly, I had some local iron workers who were working the site who I knew, and I leaned on them because they had built other facilities like this. But you know, when it came to things, our hardest stuff was electrical, because in Lynn County, we don't have a lot of resources for what I would call skilled laborers, or that union type laborers that they did bring in. So it was really hard for us to get the electrical bid. We had to send that out a couple of times, and that was problematic for our facility because we were waiting for somebody to come in and take that electrical bid. They'd had a problem. I know the architect returned, I think it was $191,000 to Lynn County because we had ran into some trouble with an electrical engineer who had made some mistakes in the facility. So the architect essentially ate that chunk, and they returned a pretty large sum, and I think it was $191. I could be wrong with that. $191,000 to kind of take care of that. It didn't really run us over in our project, but it was problematic because, and it involved some of the kitchen electrical and the hood and stuff like that in the kitchen. But I would say there's always going to be issues and problems, and they're not all contained by the builder and the architect. Sometimes they're subs under them. So, you know.
That kind of caught you as the in-between the county representative, you know, for,
it did.
For the build.
It did, and with our structure, you know, we had a situation where we were moving multiple folks in. You know, we were moving the sheriff in, and, you know, that's one office, and then you're moving in the jail. That's yet kind of another entity, if you will. I hate to say that, but it really is, because it's such a large operation. And then we had the prosecutor, IT, the courts, and things like that we were moving in. So it becomes problematic because you get so many cooks in the kitchen trying to make decisions on little things like the color of the carpet. It becomes argumentative, and I hate to say that, but in this day and age, people aren't afraid to lose. They're not afraid to lose their cool, even in a public meeting, and growl and groan a lot. And you know, at some point, you just have to make decisions. And I would say that most of that fell on my shoulders at that point, because when you would bring everybody in from outside into the building, you know, it causes issues because some people want this or that, or, you know, and the colors of the walls don't really matter when you're talking about 44,000 square feet. And you can, you know, I told some other entities they could paint again later if they chose to, but we're not going to sit and fight about it. And we're certainly not going to argue about the very minor stuff. We got to get the project done. And because at some point the totality of the project overweighs, you know, all the little bitty things. And my goal was to get my jail moved in. You know, when this project came to vote several years ago, I'll just be honest with you, and it drives people in my world insane. I was a no vote. I said, no, I don't like where it's at. I didn't like the fact that we had more than a jail. I thought all we needed was a jail. And the rest of the structure is really nice, and please don't take that I think it's not, but I think we could have done a project that would have been a lot less $1 million just to build a jail, because that's what our county needed. I will tell you that, you know, I was one of 18% who voted no, because 82% voted yes. It was the largest bond at the time for a jail project in Kansas to pass, and our people said, we want this. And, you know, it came down to, they put it in a spot that I don't like. They built a whole bunch more onto it that I don't like. But now I'm in charge of the facility as far as maintenance for the entire facility. In our world, I don't know how you guys break your stuff up here, and you don't have a lot of extra stuff in the jail side. It's mostly sheriff's office and jail. But when, you know, when we came down to it, I pay the electric bill for everybody. I pay the water bill, the gas bill for the entire structure. So for us, there was some, you know, some hurdles to get over, because you got to move some budget money around, you know, because if you're budgeting the prosecutor for electricity, he no longer has to pay electricity, so you got to move that to the sheriff. Makes sheriff's budget a lot more in my situation, and people look at that and go, oh my gosh, your budget went up $1 million because of this new structure. Well, it did, but I also took on the bills for all of those others. So those things were, you know, some of the small things that we had to move around and get past, kind of, you know.
Hurdles, small hurdles.
Yeah, so now I go around and say, turn off the lights, you know, don't run the water so long.
Why is the lights on in this room?
Yeah, right, nobody's here. We're really lucky, our structure's very smart. You know, if you're not in the room nobody's in the room for 20 minutes, the lights go off themselves. So things like that are a help, and I'm very conservative when it comes to use of energy and water and things like that. So you know, we put some systems in place that do control that, which is really nice. So
What is your electric bill?
last month it was $9,100.
$9,100.
Yeah, and I come from a structure where we were generally, well, I can tell you, because my old structure is still standing. Now I've turned all the air conditioners up to about 80. So all my thermostats, they don't kick on until they hit 80. I still have my dispatch division in my old structure, so I'm still occupying a space there. And we'll be moving them out pretty soon, but I come from a facility where we would have been a $2,000 electric bill, and now we're a $9,100 electric bill. And that sounds scary, but even scarier, and that's probably insurance. You know, I think that's going to be a great shock to us as far as where we're at. We're a K-Camp user. They're our risk management folks, so I think that'll be probably a bigger heartache than our power bill, but nevertheless, that's where we're at. So.
Any idea what that's gonna be?
Our K-Camp? Well, yes and no. Commissioner, I had K-Camp come and tour our facility. Actually, I'm very lucky because my clerk's on the board. So they were having this little shindig in Lynn County where they were all having a lunch, so I arrested them from the lunch and brought them to the jail. And they came and toured it, and then they have come back to me with a price. They gave me essentially a half-year price, and there's a breakdown in this. So you'll have, you know, like with any risk provider, you'll have your professional liability, you'll have your vehicles in there, you have your structure in there, and all this and that. And they have shot me a half-year price right now just for budgeting of 24, and I think that half-year price is going to be around $60,000. So in my world before, my risk insurance ran me $59,000 for professional liability, automotive, property, everything. So it looks like we're pretty well just going to kind of double that, but we're also taking in the risk of the courtrooms, the public spaces, the prosecutor, you know, as far as for the property of that. So it's kind of like we kind of know it, but we don't know it totally yet, because I think they'll probably be reassessing that at the new year. And our risk provider, the biggest problem that I have with them is I budget in June and I get what my insurance is going to cost me in about, I don't know, November or December. So you're always guessing, you know. And last year I guessed over, so I had a few $1,000s left in my risk budget for insurance and stuff like that. But this year I'm budgeting for 23 for 24 is going to be risky.
Like throwing a dartboard.
Yeah, and I'm not real good at darts, so I work pretty well with facts, but not real well with guesses. So
You know, a year ago, there was 4 or 5 of us over there and toured what construction was done at that time.
Mhm.
Still had a target date of March being complete, but
Mhm.
I'd understood that the project engineer or project management, he was representing the county to make sure that that facility was totally built to specs. Did I misunderstand?
No, that's absolutely true.
He was representing the county and not the general contractor?
Our project manager was out, our PM was out of River City, is Bill Matlock. I don't know who you guys are gonna use as a builder or a manager or whatever, but he was a representative for the project, and it was to assure that it was built, the structure was built properly with all the pieces in place.
But
And-
you were totally assured that he was representing you, maybe on the plus side more than he was the company, because he wanted to make sure it was done, everything was done to specs. But you'd think the company would want it done to specs too.
Right.
But that's where the shortfalls happen. We
Yeah,
want to make sure there ain't no shortfall.
I think, Commissioner, the test for that is, you know, and I think it worked out on our side to our advantage very well in Lynn County, was that he assured that the building was built per spec, that the structure was proper, that every piece inside was proper, because they were truly subcontractors under River City.
And that's the ones, I'm not saying you gotta watch them, but they're probably the ones that.
Well, I think the test for that is, you know, when you build a project of this nature, you're gonna have some sort of a contingency fund that's money that they have spending authority from to take care and assure that those projects are all in place. And I can tell you that when our project got done, we had a pretty good-sized contingency fund left, and I'll be honest with you, we put a lot of that into play on finding out things that we needed after the fact.
Yeah.
Because when you set up this structure, you know, I went in and said, okay, with the structure, I'm going from essentially a 9,000 square foot structure to a 44,000 square foot structure, and we're going to put all types of different things into play here. There could be extra offices, extra spaces, and stuff like that. Where do you need a telephone? Where do you need a computer? Where do you need, you know, items to take care of your people, essentially? We missed some of those, and we've used our contingency fund for that. We did a open house, right? So on a Friday, Saturday, we did an open house, and at our structure at the main entrance, there's a step out front, and it was, we didn't realize it, but it was dangerous. We had 2 people fall that day. So as soon as we recognized that, and my people came back and said, hey, Sheriff, we've had a couple people fall down out here, this is a problem, I go back and watch the videos and see why. And, you know, one thing we did, we put some handrail up along this step. And I went back to the builder and I said, hey, look, I said, we're going to need some handrail out here. And he told me, he said, Kevin, you can do that. He said, I'm not telling you we won't do it. I'd be happy to. But our guys that build handrail, they're in St. Joe, Missouri. And he said, I'll happily bring them back down here. He said, but it's going to cost your contingency fund some money because it's something that wasn't engineered in place. And he said, what I would suggest you do is you go find you an iron worker and have him build this handrail for you. And we did. We built it for $4,700. It's a real long piece of handrail, runs along a
So
step.
the handrail notifies somebody there's a step.
That's right.
To me.
Yeah, me too. And we even put little handles on it so you could hang on and pull yourself up. But you know, if we would have had them do it, it's $24,000 because they're coming from miles and miles away. We hired a local guy to do that, and we used contingency money to do it. So I think the test is this person doing things right. I mean, if they go in and spend your contingency fund right off the get-go, there's a problem, because you're not going to have any money left over later to do something if you need to. And what you'll absolutely do is notify issues. You'll be notified of issues, or you'll identify issues that you need to take care of once the structure's in place, because it's just not everything's going to be perfect. But you know, we hope for the best, and we got a really good product in the end. I mean, I moved into the jail, and on the end of week 2, we were making money housing prisoners in instead of housing prisoners out, you know. So we kicked our project along for 12, 13 years and paid out another, $5 million in out-of-county housing projects when we could have applied that money to a structure. So, today, historically we're spending about $330,000 a year in out-of-county housing fees. And right now, today, I'm housing in 19 inmates for other places. I was notified at 5 o'clock this morning by the U.S. Marshals that our contract for them is in its final stage, so we'll probably be housing anywhere from 15 to 20 of those. So we're making money today, you know. We're starting the payback to the community for the way that works. So we're proud of what we have. It's open, it's operational, we're using every function in it. Have we identified some issues? Certainly. Those 3-inch valves, those shutoffs, they were a big issue for me. I got tired of going in and tightening them back up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's why they did pressure them over there to make sure that.
They did. They did.
Oh, they did pressurize them?
They did, but once you start putting 142-degree water
I
through
understand
them,
that,
it's
too.
gonna change things.
Yeah.
So that's what we ran into, you know. That was probably honestly the biggest operational thing for me. You know, there were some other things. Today they're kind of re-engineering a piece of plumbing in the kitchen, you know, that'll get done today and be done. We had a toilet with a water leak in it. Of course, you got a lot of toilets in this thing, so you know you got 80, 85 toilets in your facility. One of them leaks. That's probably not a showstopper, but it's inconvenient. But I felt like the people who said we'll take care of things have taken care of things. I don't feel like we've been. I don't feel like we were misled. I don't feel like we were blinded. I feel like the folks who made us promises have kept with those promises, and that's from the architect to the builder to our subs. You know, my plumbers have been great. They give me cell phone numbers to all their people. My HVAC guys came in. They told me they didn't like some of the equipment that they put on our roof, and they made the suggestion to me to run it hard. And we burned out a few motors in our first week. Nobody was in the building yet, but we burned them up, and they came back and replaced them with better equipment. I feel like they've told me what to do to make it better. And you know, I think we got a load of good contractors on our facility, and I hope you guys do too. But
So who hired Mr. Matlock, the county or the architect?
well, the county hired the builder. I mean, they made the agreement to hire him and stuff. I don't know how the pay worked out, Commissioner. I couldn't answer that.
Back to Don's question, was he actually working for the builders or was he working for the county?
I felt like he was working for me.
Project manager over the whole facility, which that's what we're going to be choosing here before too long, which is through the funding already included in the funding.
He was in charge of all the subs and everything like that. And the nice thing about that, Commissioner, was he has the authority to call them back for any warranty work or anything like that. And that's fallen back on River City, which was our builder. I had two guys. I had two guys, and I had a gal from River City. When we had a construction trailer out there, she was always on site. I could go to her with about anything, and then it'd get back up the chain within that day to be taken care of. I mean, you know, we identified little things like places where we needed electricity that they didn't have it because it wasn't planned for. You know, when you have somebody other than your sheriff planning on the electrical and things like that of where you need stuff, I know where I need my evidence sealer. I know I need, you know, 220 volt outlet in this spot, and I didn't have one there. So I went back before they poured floors and said, hey, why don't I have power here? And they said, we didn't know about it. That's because somebody else is, you know, managing that. And I'm not saying the sheriff's the only guy that can do it, but I'm saying he'll have the most knowledge as to what equipment that he owns that needs to be put in the structure and where power needs to be, or quite frankly, even exhaust, things like that. You know, airflow is a big deal in a jail. Our jail, because of our airflow systems, our HVACs cost us millions over the years, because you always have things, that terrible M-word, mold, you know, stuff like that, and you got to tear floors out and walls out and redo stuff. And you put good air handling in, good HVAC, but, you know, those are conversations I had with Bill, and they were all squared away, you know, and usually taken care of within a day or so, because, you know, on my power issue, they got concrete trucks coming to pour concrete tomorrow morning, and I'm looking at, you know, I'm looking at where all the lines are running and saying, why don't I have one here, because I need one. And it's hard, because you're standing on an empty lot, essentially, with a bunch of conduit on the ground, and you're trying to imagine what that facility is. So somebody's got to be working that from, well, this day forward, you know, and I feel like the way our system was managed was very well. We had money left over in the end as far as our contingency to work with some of those issues. And I don't know, I think if they were out to have trying to take us, they would have took all the money. You know, that'd be the first thing you'd do is go spend. And they didn't necessarily do that. They made sure that we had a pretty robust fund left to take care of some issues if we had them.
Sounds good to me.
Anything else?
Anybody got any other questions?
Absolutely appreciate the time that a year ago over there, taking us through it. Appreciate you being here today.
Sure, I'd invite you guys back if you want to come back and take a look, see.
I'd like to go back.
Because I can,
Talking also over there, so.
I can see you guys' plans, and I think
Would you try?
there's a lot of similarities, and I think you guys might be able to see some of the technology and some of the items that are going to be placed in your structure, and I think it's important, because from my position, I went and toured a lot of places to see kind of what we would be looking at. I compared items on our plans versus their plans to see what we were getting, and I think it's important. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you how my building works. So you guys come take a look anytime, just give us a call and we'll set up an appointment and you guys take a walk through and see what it is. So
How many beds did you end up with?
96.
96? I thought it was in that area.
Yeah, truly, you know, we can hold a little over 100, but a lot of those up front in our booking area are tip holding cells. But they're also really good for isolation cells if you need to watch somebody, and we've done that already. You know, we put them in there because we have some better camera view and stuff. If we have a suicidal subject or something, that we could keep a lot closer eye on those and have somebody close to the area with them. So that works out really well. Any other questions?
Appreciate that.
Gentlemen, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Have a
Thanks,
blessed
sir.
day.
Thank you. Running a little behind, 9:30, compliance 1. Linda, sorry for running a little bit behind.
You're fine.
Drug and alcohol screening.
Yes, good morning.
Topic today.
Morning.
I was asked to come and explain to you the program that we have for you.
Mhm.
Compliance 1, we have 4 different consortiums that we do for Coffee County. One is for the Coffee County Transportation, which falls under the FTA. There is the Coffee County Airport, which is non-DOT. And then we have just Coffee County, which has DOT and non-DOT employees. So we have 4 different consortiums that we run for you. Each consortium has designated employer representatives. They're called DERs. They're the ones that are responsible for keeping the rosters for the employees up to date. They're the ones that we contact to set up scheduling for testing. If we need to talk to them about anything, those are the only ones that we will talk to. So, once your roster is up to date, for the transportation is different because it's KDOT and they pull monthly. The other 3 are pulled quarterly. So the first workday of every quarter, the consortiums are pulled. They are at a 50% drug, 10% alcohol pull rate over the course of a year. That's not for your county, that's for the consortium that you're in. We have to hit 50% of those people in that consortium to have a drug test by the end of the year, and 10% for alcohol. When the selections are made, email goes out to the DERs. They get 2 emails. The first one is their certification letter, which proves that you are in a testing consortium for the DOT that is required that it is kept. It will also tell them the specs on the consortium. The second letter is their donor list. It tells them if they had anybody selected this quarter, and if so, if they were selected for drug or drug and alcohol. Okay. You guys are assigned a mobile collector. She comes out and she does your testing on site. She also receives all of your draw slips. She then contacts the DERs, sets up times and dates to come out and do your testing. Okay. With the donors that are selected, with your FTA account, KDOT has mandated that if someone is not available, no alternates can be selected. That test is just canceled. It is made up in the next monthly pool.
Because they do it monthly, so you
Yeah.
can make up the difference
Yeah,
Monthly or quarterly?
monthly.
the monthly, there are no alternates. Quarterly, you can't have alternates. For your DOT pool, the FMCSA only allows you to have alternates if they are no longer employed with you, deceased, medical leave, military leave, family leave, or if they're not working for you for the whole testing period. That's it. Otherwise, if they're not there the day our collector comes out, you either need to have her come back another time or send to a collection site to have the test completed.
So you can like send them to Coffee County Hospital.
Yes.
To have, so say the person called in sick.
Yeah.
So you can't just use an alternate for that
Nope.
individual.
Not on
So
DOT.
when they report to work, then you can send them to Coffee County Hospital to have a random
Yeah.
UA and alcohol.
As long as, if there's alcohol, we have to take them to Topeka.
Oh, you have to take them to
Yes.
Topeka?
They do not do alcohol here.
Not every collection site will have the machine because it is thousands of dollars. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Non-DOTs, there is no government agency that regulates that, so it is up to the DERs on alternates. So if someone is off on vacation that day, they have the option of pulling an alternate. If someone's working a different shift, they have the choice.
So on the non-DOT,
Mhm.
the alternate pool picked by you?
It is a computer generated.
But there is an alternate for the non-DOT?
Yes, we have an
staff.
alternate list.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around it here.
An alternate list, do you, only one alternate selected for the one person that can't be there? Or is that list 4 or 5, and we just go down the list because some of them can't be there?
The list that goes out,
And while it's in my head real quick, there really isn't any repercussions for the non-DOT drug screen if somebody doesn't make it.
no.
It's not the end of the world.
No.
It's no big deal.
There
Other
is-
than that person didn't get tested.
There is no government agency that oversees non-DOT,
Okay.
so it's just your county and your policy.
Right.
We give you an alternate list.
Mhm.
It currently has probably about 25 names on it, and you guys have it broken down to departments. So what they did last time is if someone from the sheriff's department wasn't out, they pulled an alternate from the sheriff's department. They pull the alternates from the department that the original person
Okay.
was from. Okay. Once the collection is done, our collector seals it up, sends it off to our lab. They send the results to our medical review officer. He reviews everything. If they're negative, they automatically report out. An email goes to the DERs, secure email. If one to be positive, if it's DOT, the medical review officer has to try for 10 days to reach that donor and talk to them. Because if they have a prescription that is valid, it can be overturned and become a negative. If it's for something that's not with a prescription, he will advise them of their rights. They can test it. They have a right to have sample B sent off to a different lab and be tested. If after 10 days the donor never calls them back, it reports out as a non-contact positive. With the non-DOT, the MRO only tries for 3 days before sending out the non-contact if they don't hear from them. Once the result comes back, and if the donor goes up to the DER and says, I have a prescription, they can still get with the MRO, submit it, get it overturned. Okay.
So one question, I've been pulled like several times,
Mhm.
in which I'll talk about myself, but I am a CDL holder, and I am in another drug consortium with my company. But under FMCSA clearinghouse rules, every time that I'm drug screened, either for my company or anywhere else, my driver's license has to be used. Because if I bombed this one, it wouldn't report to my company that I work for because it's not being part of the FMCSA clearinghouse. So they wouldn't know that I bombed one here. So every time I went in there, they're like, well, your social security. No, it's my driver's license number. So the testers aren't aware that if you are a CDL holder and you are part of a drug screen or in the clearinghouse system, they still need to use your driver's license number so it marries with my portal.
Okay. What they've told us, FDA has a choice. They can use Social Security, they can use driver's license, or an ID. DOT is the same. In our system, for a lot of ours, we keep your Social Security and your CDL number together so that it will marry up.
So even if I submit my social security number at the testing time, you're saying that it will still go into the clearinghouse portal as my driver's license?
Are you talking when you test for non-DOT or DOT?
It shouldn't matter. I'm still in the portal for drug screen period with FMCSA. So every time I drug screen, no matter what position it is, it should always be DOT.
Non-DOT does not report to the clearinghouse. Only FMCSA reports to the clearinghouse.
So if I'm in a non-DOT status here,
Mhm.
and I fail the drug screen,
Mhm. It doesn't report.
FMCSA does not know about it.
Correct.
That is wrong.
Yep. Even if you are a DOT driver and you're in an accident, but it doesn't meet DOT standards to require a post-accident test, but your company wants to do a test on you anyway, it would have to be a non-DOT test because it didn't meet DOT standards, and you failed that it would go to the clearinghouse. The clearinghouse is new. It went into effect January 6, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some little loopholes that they're working on.
Yeah, well, actually, the FMC clearinghouse went in, was it December 19th of 2019?
It actually went into effect January 6, 2020.
Okay.
They opened it up in December to
Okay.
try and get companies to register, get their people registered, but no reporting went to it until January 6th.
So, to recap,
Mhm.
your FTA is monthly.
Yeah.
If nobody's there, they cannot have substitute. So you'll get them up the next round. You'll bring their percentages up. The DOT you have alternate for drug and alternate for alcohol.
If it meets the requirements for an alternate.
Right. And then everybody in the non-DOT, it's just policy.
Yes.
Just policy direction. Okay.
So did I hear Mr. Clerk say that if someone from one department doesn't make it, the alternate is chosen from that same department?
That is the DER's choice, but that is that's what they were doing, yes.
That's, we only have it by department for the bigger departments. So like road and bridge, we have separated out, and then the sheriff's office, and then the courthouse as a whole. It's kinda how we have the departments separated.
The courthouse is a complete group then.
They're their own group, basically,
Yeah.
non-DOT.
Ma'am,
Yes.
can I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
So your non-DOT, you send out the list
Mhm.
for random testing. When is that list sent out,
The donor list,
the donor list?
the first workday of every quarter.
Is there a reason why you send it out at the first workday instead of, I mean, for something truly to be random, I work in the court, and giving somebody a heads up, seems to,
Okay, it goes to the DEO, the designated employer. They are not to notify the donors until either they're being sent to a collection site or a mobile collector's here. They're not to be notified in advance that they were selected.
now the list, how is it put together internally? I know you said you have software, do you click a button and then it automatically populates that list? What's that process?
Yep, everybody who is active on the roster is eligible every time the selection is made. We have to hit the 50-10 by the end of the year, so we look at where that consortium is at for that quarter. Figure out how many quarters are left, do the math as to how many we need to pull. We enter the percentage that we need to pull into the computer, it randomly generates the list.
So as a county employee, and this is just maybe for conversation, let's say I want to have Jesse tested. Can I call and say Jesse needs to be added to the list
As a donor,
as a donor?
okay, he wouldn't be an alternate. He wouldn't be an automatic donor, because you can't pick who you want to be randomly selected.
That's the question I'm
Yes,
asking.
no, you cannot say, I want this person. This randomly computerized picked.
How about the alternate list? If I say I want Jesse to end up on the alternate list, can that be done? If I call in and say, hey, he needs to be on the alternate list.
It's not done.
Uh,
The only way that the alternate list is changed is if you run out of all the alternates on it. You've gone through everybody on the list, we can expand it.
Okay.
We can't automatically add somebody.
The alternate list, is it populated the same way as the
Yes.
donor list?
Yes.
You click a button
Mhm.
and it populates that list?
Yes.
Okay, so nobody at this level, at the county level, can put on a list who they want to be on the list at
No.
any point in time, whether it be the donor list or the alternate list?
No.
All right,
Well, the only way they can be on the donor list is if they're active as an employee.
okay.
If
So-
somebody doesn't want them tested, then they take them off the list.
And you indicated how many employees in Coffee County are on this list?
Okay. For the non-DOT,
Non-DOT,
101.
101. So Jesse, I'll use you as an example. He's had to go test the last 6 times, and he's on the random donor list. Is that something that your program keeps track of, or so that there's more separation between testing, or how does that work?
It's just random.
Okay.
Some people will be pulled multiple times. There will be people who will never pulled. It's just the random computerized.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
They
And
should go best.
I don't know if he was the original donor 6 times, or if he would have been moved as an alternate a couple of them times.
That's what some people feel like it's unfair. Person may get pulled 3 times a year, and someone don't get pulled for 2 years. If they don't get pulled for a period of time, will they be picked up and pulled sometime? It's just random.
It's just random.
On the numbers.
Yep.
Some days you're lucky, some days you're not.
We've had some people that, you know, they go 6, 8 years without being
I know that's what it
selected.
was
I
at
mean,
Delaware when I was there. Some people that, you know, get pulled twice or 3 times a year, and others would get pulled 5.
And then we got some that it just seems like they're pulled, you know, twice twice a year for so many years, I mean.
Well, I mean, you look at even your non-DOT, just say the courthouse non-DOT. By the time you factor in, there's 101, you said, the chances of you being pulled is pretty decent as a donor. But then you might be pulled 3 times in a year for a donor, and then you're selected as an alternate for somebody that is not here. So, I mean, you could be pulled all 4 quarters.
Yes.
I mean, it's mind-blowing to people that don't understand how it works. Unfortunately, it's blowing my mind, but I understand how it works. And so, I didn't realize the airport and the FTA was monthly, so.
The FDA is monthly,
FDA.
the airport is quarterly also.
Quarterly, yeah.
Yes.
They follow the same.
Okay, I want
Yes.
one more question, because I was just trying, Jesse's really throwing out a lot of confusing things, but if we have a person that is, I won't say tied up, let's say they're tied up, and they cannot make that drug test, we can take them to the hospital and take that test and then send it to your company
If you do it as soon as you can,
as
yes.
soon as they can.
Because once they're notified,
Mhm.
they are supposed to report.
Okay.
But non-DOT, it's up to your policy, how you want to handle it. DOT, they'd have to report, otherwise, if they don't, it's an automatic refusal, which is an automatic positive.
What's a timeline on the report?
What's that, what the timeline is?
It is, depending on the person, where they're working, and where the testing's being done at, you've got to allow time for them to get there.
Correct.
But it's supposed to be immediately after they're notified.
Within 3 hours.
Yeah, well, once the test starts, if they start the test, DOT, you have 3 hours to finish it. If they can't in 3 hours,
Then it's an automatic.
yeah.
Issue. Yeah.
Clear as mud.
Confusing stuff, Paul. Thank you.
Any more questions?
What does it cost per individual?
That I
Or do
did
you
not-
know that?
That I didn't put down, no. Because you also, not only do you have the drug testing, you also have the employee assistance program with it too. So, but I didn't.
But that's included with it,
Yes.
that's not an extra fee to it.
It's in the price that you have.
Right.
The employee assistance program is included. And I didn't put the price down.
Ma'am, when the testing's done here locally, does someone from your agency bring the testing kits?
When she comes down, yes, she has the form, she has the kits, the FedEx, everything.
So if somebody were to want to challenge a test result, I assume there's a proper chain of custody, and then if somebody wanted to have that test independently tested, is that something that could be done?
Yep. When there's a positive, when they take the sample, they split it between sample A and B. And they go off to our lab, clinical reference. If there is a positive, and the medical review officer, when they talk to them, they understand and they explain to them that if they are challenging it, they can have sample B sent to an independent lab. They will run the report and send it back.
So if somebody were to go get a test at a hospital, what would that process be like? Because I'm trying to figure out in the courtroom, on a criminal case, I deal with chain of custody all the time.
Okay.
And for blood, what is that chain of custody if somebody were to go to the hospital?
After the original test or instead of using our collector?
After the original test, and they went and got an independent test.
Okay. If it's DOT, you can't go get an independent test. Sample B is the one that's sent.
So let's say this is non-DOT then.
If the county allows you to go and have a second collection done, then you can.
But the chain of custody is what
All of our our designated employee representatives, we supply them with forms. They have them on hand so that if they do send them to a collection site, they're supposed to hand them a form. That way it goes through our lab, our medical review officer, and test.
So somebody from the county would have to go with this individual to the hospital to get the test?
Wouldn't necessarily need to go with them. They just need to hand them the form to take.
The form in the bag and the cup?
Yes.
Which normally in that instance, we would go with them.
So either, presently, right now, you or Andrea would go?
Yes.
And then?
That's for if we was to have a retest or a random that we're having to take up there.
Post-accident.
Or post-accident, yes. Now, pre-employment, we normally just give them their stuff and then they go up, cause with Road and Bridge, we schedule a physical for them, so they normally go into a physical and a drug test. But for randoms, post-accidents, retests.
Reasonable suspicion.
Yeah.
Very well. I don't have any more questions for him, I don't think.
How often are your rosters updated? The 101, is that something that?
It's up to the DERs to update them.
Okay.
And we just, last month, hit the button on all our companies with their rosters, with the please update, just to make sure that everybody does do it.
Okay.
Got my answers.
Okay.
That's a huge amount of information to get a handle wrapped around quickly, to
Well, I mean.
get a full handle on it for someone that don't work with it on a daily basis. To me, it's almost impossible. We gotta rely on some very key employees
Yeah.
to guide us through the system.
Yep.
That's my opinion. I do appreciate the update. You have a better understanding now of what I did, but you have not told me.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anytime you have questions, just give us a call.
We will.
And Don, just so you know, last year we paid $9,203 for that.
How much?
$9,203.
Which $750 a month on average. It's, you know, it is a little bit of money, but yet for the purpose it serves, pretty economical.
Pretty cheap insurance policy.
I'm sorry.
Pretty cheap insurance policy.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. So,
Everybody need a break, want a break, quick break. See who's next. Auditor, Phil, you got time to wait on a break real quick?
Sure.
Okay. We'll take a.
Go to Bruce.
We'll come back at 10:12.
Landfill report.
It's just gonna be a quick break.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go make a quick copy.
I guess you
I did, yeah.
Somebody's told me that today, so I think I'm doing it. Yeah. That's the way it works.
That's what I do.
I mean, somebody's gonna take it for sure.
Or something.
Good.
And you get to see you this year. See you, I mean, ladies are good, you know. Learned a lot of that.
Seems like everything went
Hard I saw me like it, yeah. We take our people. I wasn't quite ready for that many people, but it went good. Yeah. You know, a lot of things that happen in life. You're getting with me. And
Yeah, that was,
he had it designed.
wow,
He had a driver.
I found plenty of other things to replace what I had.
You know, he's got a collector. Yeah, but I see. We have a list.
I still go to the meetings, so I never got out of any of them.
Oh, yeah. We just do a, okay, he's coming by here this morning, and he's got time, so we're gonna have him come by the shop and say we need to do an inspection on the trailer or something, and when he gets there, no, really, the inspection's on you, come on, let's go.
Well, and when I was in co-op, they may come and say, hey, you've got someone coming down, when I managed wages, and I had 3 or 4 guys around. They would call and they say, we need so-and-so. They would come out and do the collection right on the site. But the employees didn't know they were doing that.
But unless they're home sick, there's no, you know, if they, just like here, if they report from work,
and they don't say, hey, I'm sick, I'm going home, before you say, there's no substitution, there's no nothing.
Well, that's just like, I had one employee. Donald Wallace, how you doing, sir?
Doing good.
Good.
Typical Monday.
Yeah. And all the dealers, yep.
Get all the voicemails over the weekend and
He was called 2 or 3
phone
times.
calls.
Yeah. Hey, Wayne. How you doing? Steve?
Yes, sir. Hi, Tom. Glad to meet you.
One city called and they were out of money. Okay.
Whoops, that's not good.
We're not in the lending business. What do you want?
No, mine.
Would there be something wrong with shooting move these chairs? I did 6 or 8 inches.
Not my favorite.
Hey.
I don't know why.
Yeah, people can't get in or out.
About the engagement notice for the audit and the landfill, there's one for you, one for
I just want to say, they don't.
No, I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad to meet you.
So.
Hey, how are you doing? Good. You on the jail, huh?
Yeah, later.
Let's get it on. There's Devin there. You got money to loan over there, do you?
Do what?
Regional planning, can't money to loan.
Somebody need a loan? I think we did help. I'm here for Susan. I'm not entirely sure why I'm here. I just have this from Susan.
Well, that's one, you don't use that. I talked to the co-op the other day, and the manager wasn't real sure which company they used, so he said I'd have to talk to Audrey, and Audrey was out.
Or just, we use Mount Carmel about Pittsburgh.
I'm not sure who we use at the co-op. Yeah, I know that ran in test, there's 1 or 2 employees getting full there.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Phil, how you doing?
Doing good.
Staying busy?
Have been.
A little bit.
Kind of getting caught up, had a tax deadline the 15th to get on top of after budget season.
You know, I'm surprised some of the budget meetings are still going on here in September.
Well, if you're doing the revenue neutral process, rate process, you're supposed to have them done by September 20th.
You know, we do ours quite a bit earlier than that, and I was a little bit surprised some of them were in September that
Yeah.
way.
I've had some counties in the past that, I guess, they don't pay attention to the deadlines. It's not a statutory deadline.
It is not a statutory deadline.
Well, if you do the revenue neutral rate process and you send your raise mills, you have to meet those deadlines. If you miss the deadline, then basically you levy what you levy
You're out
twice.
of spot? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. There's nobody new on the commission this year. He was all here last year, wasn't he? Give you a short version.
Be the short version?
Yeah.
We like short
I
versions.
noticed we're running a little bit behind.
We might get us caught up pretty quick then. We're still waiting on he was just getting in the.
Okay, I was gonna say, he's still not, I cut the time a little short, didn't realize there was gonna be such a line at the bathroom.
Just one. All right, we'll see ya.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, train them.
Alright. Now we're.
Like catching the wrong dogs and keep making.
Okay.
Phil.
Okay.
You're on deck.
Phil Jarrett, what's being passed around, I'm not gonna go through that with you. It's agreed upon procedures that we have to do for the landfill report, and then the clerk sends that on up to KDHE, gives them numbers, narrative, financial numbers, and whether you complied. There's a checklist of yes and no answers, so everything was fine in that report, but a little bit delayed this year getting some numbers for the landfill. We've completed the county's audit report, had the numbers ready when we did the budget, so you've really already seen the numbers when you did your budget. The first column was 2021, which is these numbers, so I probably won't go through any of those numbers.
You have books for that?
Well,
I gave you, yeah,
There
he's got
it
it.
is.
I gave him all
Is it
the.
under the bottom? There it is.
Very top one.
There you go.
I think that's it.
Page 1, 2, and 3 is our opinion letter on the county's audit. It's a clean opinion on the regulatory basis of the county, which is same way you keep your books and records, same way you do your budget. It's cash receipts and all the funds, and on the expense side, it does include payables at the end of the year, so it's more of an accrual basis, fairly conservative basis that Kansas statutes allow. Page 4 and 5 is a spreadsheet of the various funds of the county. Gives you at a glance the funds on the left, the beginning unencumbered cash, receipts, expenditures, ending unencumbered cash, meaning had you paid all your bills by December 31 of 21, this would be the cash balances left in the funds. Of course, December bills get paid in January, so those are added back in the next column, and then we actually tie out with the actual cash balance, which is in the bank, which is going to be a higher number because the checks hadn't cleared. So in the bottom right-hand corner, we reconcile that total cash balances by fund to the types of accounts that they're held in the order of liquidity. We confirm all those balances and tie those out and make sure that your records are accurate. Page 6 is the beginning of the footnotes. Footnote number 1 is the longest footnote, talking about the summary of significant accounting policies, what policies are being followed in preparation of the financial statements. If there's a choice of policies, this explains which policy was used. Over on page 8, there's a budgetary information blurb there about if you're going through the normal budget process, you'd have to have the budget adopted by August 25th. Now, if you go through the revenue neutral rate hearing process, that gets extended on out to September 20th. So there are other dates if you go through a different process, which is what you did. Page 9, stewardship, compliance, and accountability. Statement 1, which is what we just looked at, shows that you're in compliance with the cash basis laws and that you did not encumber any more cash than available in a fund. Schedule 1, which is right after this footnotes, show that you're in compliance with the budget laws. In that first statement, there was one fund with a negative cash balance, which would at a glance indicate that's a violation of the cash basis law. But if you're awaiting a reimbursement, which this fund was, there's a provision there that that's not a violation. So we'll just point out there that the county was in compliance with Kansas cash basis and budget laws. I take that back. I'm going to reread that. There was a fund that had obligated expenditures in excess of available monies. Let's go back to that on page 4. Okay, page 5 actually, second one up from the bottom. Had a $50 negative cash balance. So it's a violation. You spent more cash than what was available. Monies have probably since come in. Spent $400, took in $300, had $50 to start with, so there is one minor violation there. Bottom of page 9, footnote number 3, talking about deposits and investments, and that goes on over to the next page, and we quantify the dollar amount, or the carrying amount of the deposits at the end of the year. We just want to make sure that you have a policy in place to make sure if you have more than $250,000 in a financial institution that you get pledged securities back, such that if the bank should fail, you could sell their securities and restore the public's money. So there were no violations there. Everything was fine. Footnote number 4, we disclose any operating leases the county has that might bind future commissions. We had a small one there for a postage machine. Footnote number 5, talking about the CAPERS plan, where you can write or call to get information. And the contributions last year by the county was $717,526.48 for your employer side of the CAPERS contribution. Net pension liability. I think I've mentioned each year that every 3 years the state does an actuarial study, and you hear about CAPERS being underfunded, and they quantify it and look at your employees, their ages, their wages, and try to predict out in the future how much would be needed today to restore the Caper system, and your portion of that would be $4,655,134. So don't write them a check for that; they wouldn't know what to do with it. And I know the governor put some money into it, but then the investments have not performed very well since then. Not just their investments, everybody's. So it's probably still underfunded. Footnote number 6 at the bottom, talking about any compensated absence policies, vacation pay, sick leave, things like that. They're on page 12, about 2/3 of the way down. We disclosed that the county had a liability for vacation pay for which employees had earned but not taken, and that quantified out to $320,794. Page 13, we disclose economic development loan to the Coffee Coffee Health System. Started out at $3.4 million, and right now, presently, it's $1,505,208. Since these financial statements don't reflect receivables and things like that, we've footnoted that. And then you also have a revolving loan fund that's got a couple small loans there, so need to monitor those. If for some reason they become uncollectible, you reach your end of trying to collect those, and I don't know what the status of that is. I didn't look that up before I came, but if you ever did have to write them off, you just need to document it in the minutes so we can see that, see the authority for it. Risk management footnote, how you handle your exposure to risk. You do have an employee benefits fund, and then you also have stopgap coverage for any aggregate claims over $125,000. Footnote number 9, municipal solid waste closure and post-closure care costs. A little brief summary there. It goes on over to it's all on that page. And that's kind of that report that was just passed out to you, the actual report itself. But this kind of includes it in the county's audit report also. Footnote number 11 on economic dependency. Obviously, Wolf Creek Nuclear Power Plant resides in your county, and valuation of that plant accounted for 85.83% of the county's total valuation, so it is a high assessed value. Interfund transfers on footnote 12. If you want to see what funds transferred to where, what other funds, are all summarized here, so you don't have to dig through all the financials to find them. And lastly, any subsequent events, nothing we felt needed to be disclosed, anything that would have been a financial burden to the county or something that would have significantly changed the county's financial position. Nothing there that we felt needed to be reported. Page 16 is that budget and actual statement. Shows that you underspent your published budget, so no budget violations there. And the rest of the statements, all the rest of the way back, I won't go through all those, but if you wanted to look at a particular fund with some detail of the income and expenses, these would be the statements to look at. The prior year audit would be the 2020 numbers. The second column under actual is 2021, which you should have seen in the budget, and then compared to 21's budget. Would remind you, you're not bound by line item budgets, you're only bound by the total expenditures of the budgeted fund as far as Kansas statutes. So those are good statements to look at if you want to see any detail. The very last page in the audit report is reconciliation of the 20 tax roll, which gets collected in 21. So we look at what the abstract was that the county clerk certified to the state, any supplemental taxes added to it, any taxes evaded, and come down to the tax roll as adjusted. And then we go to the Treasurer's Department, look at what's collected, what's uncollected, personal property, real estate as of certain date. Since then, some of those have probably been collected, and we reconcile that. So we just want to make sure that what gets sent up to the state either gets collected, gets on the tax roll to be collected, and doesn't just get lost somewhere and somebody didn't pay their tax bill. So, in the front of the report are probably some unbound letters. One of them's just a 2-pager, does not have a date on the top of it. Just to let the users understand that really the only thing there is just let them know that we did help prepare the financial statements, the format and everything. The numbers are yours, of course, and we've audited them and given an opinion on it, but we have to disclose to the users that your staff did not prepare the report itself and hand to us, and then we audited it. So if that's a concern to somebody investing in bonds, for example, I just need to know the expertise of the staff involved. The other letter, which is a bound letter, it's a required communication between the auditor and those in charge of governance, the full county commission in this case. Talk about qualitative aspects of accounting practices. Just, I don't know why I'm doing that. No new accounting policies were adopted, and the application of existing policies was not changed during 2021. And we noted no transactions entered into by the county for which there was a lack of authoritative guidance or consensus. No difficulties encountered in performing the audit. If there were records that weren't reconciled or evasive answers to audit inquiries, anything like that, we'd be required to report that to you in writing. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements, those would be any adjusting entries. I did attach, attach those. All it was is a payroll liability. We adjusted the actual. For example, you might have had a week's pay that, maybe if you're on a 2-week pay cycle, maybe there's a week pay that didn't get paid till January, so we would have accrued that week's pay into the expenses into the financial statements. Disagreements with management, nothing to report there. Top of the next page, management representation letters. Each year we have a representation letter that probably the county clerk, county treasurer, maybe the commission chair, I'd look at it, she just handed it back to me. A lot of boilerplate accounting language, just to remind you of things that maybe there's some disclosure that might apply to the county that needs to be in the audit report, things you don't necessarily glean with just looking at numbers. So we get that signed off and make sure that, you know, this is your audit report, it's not mine. We've done our audit procedures such that we can issue an opinion on your report, so we just want the best numbers going out there for the public as possible. Management consultation with other independent accountants did not occur as far as we know. That if it did, we just need to know so we can give them any facts or circumstances that we have so they could render a knowledgeable opinion. And everything else is just kind of sign-off language. That representation letter is attached in the back if you do want to read that at some point. So that's a quick version. Since we already dwelled on the numbers, I don't figure we need to dwell on them again.
A lot of numbers.
Talk about the opinion, so it absolutely got a clean opinion like we always get, correct?
Well, it's like you've always had so far. No guarantees in the future.
Very well. Anybody got any questions for him?
Alright.
Take my water and go home. Apologize.
Take your water and run.
Appreciate everything, Phil.
Thank you, sir. 10:20, Connie.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
Good, and you?
We're peachy.
I need to ask to replace an employee.
Okay. Advertise?
Mm-hmm.
Advertise to hire?
Yes,
You have one retiring, resigning, or?
resigned. When, last Wednesday was her last day.
Okay. I know I have it. I just gotta find it. On the recommendation of the county appraiser, move to approve the request to advertise advertise and hire one full-time appraiser specialist for the appraiser's office to fill a vacant position.
What's a appraiser specialist?
Working in the front office.
Do you have anybody in-house that qualifies that might possibly apply for it and move up?
Not to my knowledge.
But you still need to advertise.
Yes, please.
I will move that we allow that appraiser to advertise. Second.
Move, Tom second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
There you go. $10:30,
Caught up.
Road and Bridge Supervisor Interim, Jeff Byer, sir. Podium's yours.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good.
Yeah.
Since the auditor was just here, post-closure. That information came back from the auditors. Angie took it, put it in our format. We got it all, everything we need to the engineering firm Blackstone to get our, so they can send off to get our landfill permit renewed, which is due to be renewed November 1st. That gives them over 30 days to have it, so I think we're pretty good timing there. One thing I didn't bring a motion for this, one thing I was reminded about that we're not in good timing with is we haven't set the fall cleanup week. If you guys would like to have that this fall, we probably should look at the third week in October. I'm assuming that's done via motion.
24th through the 28th? No.
15th through something, right?
15th through the 22nd?
Does your week go Sunday to Saturday, or does it go Saturday to Saturday?
You have to look at that wrong, sir.
Actually, all we're doing is setting free landfill fees.
Yeah.
Because some of the cities don't like us trying to designate a fall cleanup. Part of it, so.
That's
we're
fine.
doing landfill, free landfill.
However you wanna state it, like I said, I didn't bring a motion.
So do you wanna, usually you guys do like 16th to 21st, 22nd?
Well, the
Are you gonna
landfill will be
start?
open the 15th, so yeah, actually.
22nd?
Actually be the 10th to the 15th.
19th.
You said third week.
Okay, they're open the first and third Saturdays of each month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
15th.
it'd be the third Saturday they're open.
So it'll be 9th through the 15th.
Yes. Yes.
So you go up the 9th through the 10th through the 15th.
Does that give enough time for advertisement?
Yeah.
Okay.
We get it this week, next week, and then the 7th. That'd be 3 times.
Okay, I think that'll work for us.
We need a motion?
Yeah.
I'll move to designate October the 10th through the 15th.
9th.
9th is a Sunday.
We're not gonna be there on Sunday, are you?
Okay.
Yeah. Are you going out on Sunday? The 10th through the 15th as free landfill week.
I'll second. Bob's moved, Jesse seconded to advertise the 10th through the 15th of October as free landfill week. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
That ought to be for all Coffee County residents.
All
I
Coffee
guess,
County
not-
residents.
Not the world.
Do you wanna run into these other motions, Jeff?
That's really all else I've got, maybe a little discussion about a truck.
Okay.
Jeff, just so the World Wide Web will know, that does include hazardous waste.
And tires.
And, yeah.
Yes, correct.
What about construction? Construction,
Well, it fits the criteria for
okay,
free cleanup week.
okay.
And I'm assuming we just use the base advertisement that we've used in the past?
Yeah.
Will you do that, or do we need to?
No, I do it
Okay,
for you.
so,
Unless
but yeah,
you wanna
construction
do it.
debris, solid waste, all that excludes tires and hazardous waste, special waste, yes.
We'll roll into your motions. 2022-42, move to review and approve CP2 for Sadie Lizer Silva. New hire, office coordinator, subject to regular IPP, wage classification 35-1, with a wage of $18.38 effective 9/19 of 22.
I'll so move, Mr. Chairman.
Dawn's moved,
I'll second.
Tim second. Any discussion?
Is this in relation to some of your other employees?
No supervisory responsibility.
Okay. Dawn's moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion 43, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to approve, find that the bid for assorted culvert pipes be awarded to Contact Engineered Solutions LLC, Lawrence, Kansas, as best bid, and to purchase same for the sum of $116,390.58. Funds to be paid from Road and Bridge.
So moved.
Tom's moved,
All second.
Tim second. Any discussion?
Is this, have we bought them before?
Not directly.
Cause that name doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, here's what we found out the last time we bid culverts. What Welborn Sales was selling the Contact brand of culverts, which they've got a plant in Topeka. Welborn quit selling for Contact. They're selling another brand out of Nebraska. So Contact is now selling, doing their own sales direct.
Sell to public.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't recognize the
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
I thought you always bought them.
Well, it would've come from, Welborn Sales would have been what was on the bill. But the pipes actually came from Contact, yes. And we potentially bought an end section or something once in a while from them.
Maybe that's
Not
right.
really, yeah.
No, Jeff, I don't have any problem with the motion at all. What your expected increase over a year ago? 20%, 25?
At least.
At least 25% increase?
Yes, sir.
And that's even going direct.
Yes, well,
you
I
cut
mean,
out
you can
every
see they
basic-
tightened up,
Yeah.
they tightened up their price pretty
Yeah.
high compared to the others, but yeah, at least that much.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And Don, that's about across everything we've used. I mean, oil, fuel, I mean, the fourth quarter here coming up is gonna be quite interesting, I think, watching and putting the numbers down and seeing what we do the rest of the year.
Have you been under on the last quarter?
We were okay. We was over a little bit the first quarter, actually, especially on fuel. That kinda come back in line, second quarter. Third quarter's about done, and we're fixing to find out, we had a lot of money go out for oil, the last couple of months. Which we're gonna have more fog seal done than I thought, than I reported a couple of weeks ago.
That was my question, how'd that work out?
Well, it's not bad. I mean, we found a little bit of an operational problem we was having with our truck. From the last time, I never did have to go buy any of the higher oil. Ergon tightened up some of their specifications on the oil we was getting to, so kind of a twofold deal. We got that stuff to breaking better. It looks better on the road. As far as going back and being able to patch and fix some of this stuff, it's up in the air. If you see the temperature on Thursday's gonna be 70. I don't think we need to be spraying when it's 70. I don't think that'd work. Maybe finish up Friday. I'm hoping to be done this week though. And we'll have, I would say 90% coverage.
Unfortunately, you've had the good weather. You know, technically, we'd rather have some rain for the
I
farmer
get
side
this,
of it.
yeah.
You know, I've been to a few ball games here the last 2 weeks and traveling some of your fog seal. The chips are more covered up this year, in my opinion, they're more covered up than what they have been the last 3 or 4 years. We put more down, or the chips not standing up quite as high?
I would say they're not standing up as high, because, I mean,
Because we're definitely getting, definitely smoother, and those chips are almost covered.
They haven't been bladed yet either.
we haven't been on them with snowplow
I
yet.
realize that,
but,
they're covered more than they have been
you know,
the years past.
things look smooth.
They really look better.
You know, I feel like
Much might have been dropping down a little more oil.
I feel like we cut our rock back a little bit. We was trying that, because it seems like we broomed a lot of excess chips off, which you gotta have excess. But if you look, there's just not a windrow of chips. A lot of places where we broomed off, so it was easier to clean. The road's cleaner, I think. But the shot rates have all been the same this year over past years.
I thought they might have kicked that up just a hair, because the chips are not,
No, unless they
absolutely
did
not showing.
Unless they didn't tell me. It should be the same.
Or use the same size chips?
Yes, yep.
Did you do any research on the smaller,
Not yet. I was gonna talk to a few counties and kind of see where they're at. You know,
It's really coming along out west.
Yeah,
Western counties are really
starting to use more of the smaller.
chip. Mhm.
Okay, yeah. The only other thing I got, just information, I missed out on a truck last week, a 2019 Kenworth. We're still looking for a used truck. It sold, it came in Wednesday and was sold Thursday. So we're continuing that, you know, that search, and,
What truck
nothing
is
really.
for?
This is for the, this is the day cab semi-truck.
Day cab.
Yeah,
Run lowboy, isn't it?
to run the water wagon and the belly dump. So, you know, we're still out there. The guys have a couple that they went and looked at, they want me to see. I told them, fine, we'll look at them. I mean, if they're recommending it, you know, I'll tell the company, if they wanna hold it till a Monday, then I would bring it forward for potential approval, but that's kind of where we sit.
I don't know what they are, but Harley has a bunch of day cabs up there. I don't know whether they're old, I don't know the years.
Who?
Harley or Gertis.
Oh, Gertis.
Landon.
Okay.
T-800s, old, look like old,
I don't
ham
know.
trucks.
Okay, I don't know what they are, they may not be something we're even interested in. But
I don't know, this
he had a
one,
bunch of them sitting
this one I
up there.
missed out on was quite expensive. It was a 2019 Kenworth 800, 18 speed, 500 horse,
How many miles?
158, 134.9.
I would say 140.
Yeah, which seems, it's hard to grasp, but that's where we're at. What we're kinda looking for is a little less money than that, but would've been a good truck.
Cemetery board wanted to thank you.
Oh, good, it worked out good then.
Looks good.
Good,
Looks good.
good, thank you. Yes, I will. I'll get a copy if I could too then. Can I go make a copy of this and give it back to you?
Or ship two copies, over here too.
You need a copy to take back with you now?
Well, I can get it later, just put it in a box, whoever's taking care of it. Put it in a box. Okay.
That's all you got?
That's all I got, unless you guys have something else.
Catch up with you next week, go for another.
I'll be around. We did get the overnight thing, did that go around?
Here, yes.
Okay. I'll be around next week.
Okay.
We'll be around.
Thanks, Jeff.
Take that back, there's a meeting Thursday, and when was that one you gave me, Angie, the 29th?
Oh, yeah, Thursday.
One to 20, I got one to 28th, and then we got that one to 29th.
Okay, we'll catch up.
We'll do our 1040 Southeast Kansas
Regional Planning
Commission. Sorry, don't have a name down.
It's okay, it's a long thing to remember. I'm Taylor with, the Regional Planning Commission. In our office, usually Susan and Matt have been working with Bobby, on some different housing initiatives, and neither Susan nor Matt could be here today, so sorry that I, can't answer a whole lot of questions, but hopefully Bobby and Amy can. One of the different housing initiatives that they've been working on is a county-wide housing study. The intent of the study was to learn what housing needs are present throughout the county. These studies are helpful if the county were want to pursue housing tools such as an RHID or an MIH program, or even CDBG grants related to housing. And then they also make the housing studies make recommendations of recommendations on what might be able to address some of the needs that they see in the study. Many of the funding agencies require a housing study be completed to access their funding. So this housing study that we've completed with the assistance of RDG Planning and Design will help, will meet that requirement. So we worked with RDG to compile the data, and Amy is here to present the results of that study. So I will just hand it over to Amy.
Over to her. Thank you. Amy?
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for having us here today. I will run through a few numbers and talk a little bit about strategy. They said I had a whole half an hour. I'm just kidding.
And you're gonna use every second.
No. I will try to.
That's what this hammer's for.
Okay. I was laughing last week with somebody, and they were commenting. It was on another meeting I was doing, and I said I've done enough meetings with planning commissions and councils and supervisors that I know brevity is always appreciated. That you usually become a lot more popular with brevity. So I just want to share a few of kind of our initial findings. We'll have this all in a report that can be distributed out to all of you. So one of the things, I always describe the first part of this, there's kind of two things that we're doing. We are looking at the market numbers, looking at the kind of the number crunching piece, and then we also spent a day or so here back in July. It's hard to believe it's already been that long ago, just having conversations with a few folks about what's kind of happening here in the market in general, and we combine those together for some recommendations. As you are all aware, we have seen kind of steady population decline is what the estimates are telling us. But what I was hearing from folks in the conversation is there's a lot of opportunities here, and probably more opportunities here than a lot of our other counties in southeast Kansas. I guess as a little bit of background, we did work on the statewide housing study too, so pretty familiar with a lot of what's happening kind of across the entire state. So as we delve a little bit deeper into the numbers and what's actually happening, or I should say what's estimated to be happening, because the census has only released some of its data. But I think there was two things that kind of jumped out to me. So we can break down the population by cohorts, so different age groups. And when we look at that as the county overall, the census is estimating that you actually attracted in 35 to 54-year-olds, which then resulted in you had a higher than we would have predicted number of kids, individuals under the age of 15. So those 35 to 54-year-olds, I always say the kids don't migrate in, they come with their parents. So that's one of the things that's continued to help support our schools. But on the other side of that, it would appear that we actually lost population and individuals over the age of 55. So from a housing perspective, I look at that and say, okay, is that a sign that we're losing people because they're not finding that next phase of life housing? Are they not finding that product that they want to move to downsize, lower maintenance, whatever it might be, because they'd rather be doing, things at the lake or going to their grandkids' soccer games or whatever that might be, and they're leaving for that reason. We also took a look at kind of the total number of units and how that unit mix is split up. We did add units over the between 2010 and 2020. We had a nice increase in the number of units. I would guess, based on the building permit activity that we received from Burlington, Waverly, Lebo, and New Strand, that a lot of that actually did occur in some of our rural areas too. We also have a very high vacancy rate here. So there's two things that contribute to our very high vacancy rate. Seasonally vacant units are counted in your vacancy rate. So we see really high vacancy rates in places like Branson, Lake of the Ozarks, those sorts of places. It's not unusual to see extremely high vacancy rates. And what we heard in the conversations is that doesn't surprise. So whenever there's a shutdown, obviously we have individuals that are coming in that are filling those units, but they might be sitting vacant during the other times of the year, or they're being used as more of like an Airbnb, which then, I'm not sure if they're putting that, they're either putting those in the seasonally vacant, or there's another category that they call other vacant. And that's actually where we have a lot of units, and this is not unusual. It's an issue across kind of all of rural Kansas. And those units are ones that are non-occupied and usually not available. And usually it's different things. They could be dilapidated, and they should be torn down, so they might get categorized as other vacant. Or they're sitting there because mom's passed away and we're not really sure what we want to do with the house, so they're just kind of sitting there with this empty house. We had a unit, but I'm now using it for storage. We're putting all of our stuff there instead of renting it out. So there's some of those issues that we have too. And that's really important to think about when we think about potential, because are there some of those vacant units that we could bring back to the market as full full-time occupancy. We also took a look at your age of housing, and that's really important for a couple different reasons. So about 40% of the housing here in Coffee County was constructed prior to 1960. So it's 60-plus years old. Two things that how that kind of begins to influence. One is our rehab and what we're doing about keeping those units as good, solid, livable units being really important. I always say those units, our older units, anything that's probably more than 20 or 30 years old, are our best source of affordable housing, because we can never build a house at what it cost us to build back then, right? So that's that's really important. And then the other piece of it, though, is how that affects our appraisals. So if we're building a new home at our current cost of construction and materials and land and all of those things, if a lot of our housing stock is older, our appraisal rates are a little bit lower. So that makes it, we end up with sometimes this gap between what everything else sometimes is appraising for in a county or in a community and what it costs today to build and what that's going to get appraised at. So can I get this new construction appraised at what it actually costs me to build? And if not, how do I fill that gap? So those are kind of two of the important things when we think about the age of our housing. One of the other things that we heard in the conversations was about kind of what we would refer to as commuting patterns. So we had a lot of people telling us, a lot of people drive into work every day. Really interesting, took a little look at this. When we look at all jobs across the board, you actually are an exporter of people, not more than you import people in every day. When we narrow that down, so about 2,300 people every day leave the county for jobs outside the county, and about 1,700, this is all estimates obviously, come into the county every day. That's all jobs. But when we look at jobs that pay more than $40,000, then that flips. So individuals who make more than $40,000, we have about 1,100 that come in every day, and we have about 900 that leave to go to other jobs. So it's kind of an interesting piece there when we look at that.
We have 2,300 people leave the county for work every day.
That is, yes, and there's about 2,000 people that live and work here in the county, is what the census estimate. Their economic.
You gotta be kidding. I can't even comprehend.
So that's all jobs, part-time jobs, full-time jobs, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those numbers to me, don't even make sense. 2,300 leave, 1,700 come in.
Yeah.
And only 2,000 reside in the county and work in the county.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know a lot of people that live in the same drive, leave, go work elsewhere.
Audible.
Well, I know a lot of people work elsewhere, but you're talking about 40% of the workforce leaving.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I-35 is busy.
Very busy.
Mm-hmm. Which actually was something we heard, and these numbers I think are actually like 2019 estimates. I wouldn't be surprised, because we heard this from a few people, that there's a lot of people saying after COVID they were looking for more of that rural opportunity or working remotely. So you might even see that. Yeah. So it's an interesting number.
So if we can develop new industry in the county, that's an opportunity to keep some of that 2,300 in the county.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit of a caveat on that and say, though, that one of the things that we heard is that right now we have a very low unemployment rate, and we've got a lot of jobs that need to be filled currently, and a lot of individuals. So we still have 1,100 people that are driving in every day for those better paying jobs. So how do we even begin to just capture those individuals within the market, and then how do we house those individuals? You know, if we can capture a small portion of that 1,100, how can we be capturing those? And obviously we'd want to take a little bit deeper dive into the 2,300. Again, that's all jobs, that's part-time jobs, that's all of those things. So, you know, what are they, how can we maybe even just be capturing them to keep them here to fill the jobs that we have available today?
Probably a large percentage of the coming in are only working in one place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're
working. Yes, right.
They're
there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I realize we have teachers and we have hospitals, but the vast majority of it's coming for one deal.
Yeah. we also take a look at some of the affordability factors. There's a couple different ways that we can look at affordability, and one of them is an income to value ratio. So we look at the median household income, which the census in 2020 estimated was about $59,000. The margin of error gets pretty big on some of these numbers, but I think when we just look at the kind of the ratios, they start to make sense. Then we look at the median home value, and the census estimates that the median home value is probably around $125,000. That means we have a ratio of about 2. So what we look at when we start looking at affordability is that we want ratios probably between 2.5 to 3 in that range. If you get above 3, we're probably in a market that's pretty unaffordable. If we get below 2, we're also get concerned about undervalued markets, and what that means, which can actually be just as bad as expensive markets, because what it can tell us is that, again, back to that issue of can I build a home, and it gets appraised at what it costs me to build it. And in that sense, then, can I get a bank to finance it? Do I have how much more of a down payment do I need to bring to the table to cover that gap? So that's a really important ratio that we'll look at. Across the county, the ratio is about 2. I pulled a few others in case you're interested. So Franklin is about 2.5, Lyon County is about 2.25, and Osage is about 2.1. When we drill down into the individual communities, let me bring that up here. Different slide, I'll talk about it right now. So Burlington is about 2.3, that's not bad. Levo and New Strain is also there. Now, it's really interesting because New Strain is 1.4. New Strawn, I'm sorry.
I said there's 1.4. Levo,
yeah, sorry.
Levo and New Strawn is 1.4.
Yes, I'm sorry. That I always try not to do those things. Yes, which normally would concern me, but one of the reasons that New Strawn is so low is that the census is estimating that their median household income is $90,000. So, which might very well be the case, because we know where many of those individuals are working. So they actually have a median home value of about $130,000, which is a pretty decent median home value when we look at that. So in that sense, that number, their ratio being that low doesn't concern me quite as much. When we go look at what their actual median home value is, the reason their number is so low is because their incomes are so much higher there. We also take a look at the same way we can have an undervalued issue in our home buyer market. We can have that same issue in the rental side. So if rental rates are well below, if median average rental rates in a community are well below what it costs us to construct new rental products, again, we're going to have the same issue where the bank's going to say, you want to build a rental project there, and everything's renting at $500 a month, and now at construction costs, you're probably going to have to get at least $1,000 a month. Prove to us that you can actually make those rents work. So it can really kind of hamstring some of your rental development. So that's where hopefully some of the stuff that we're looking at here can help with that. So across the county, we're about $475 for median contract rent. I would guess that's actually gone up, and it probably fluctuates depending on what's kind of, when the shutdown happens, that probably goes up, and so there is probably a little bit of fluctuation in that piece too. Just as a reference, Franklin was at 591 and Lyon is at 527, and Osage is 483, in case you're curious. We also look at the number of units that are affordable to the different income ranges, and what we find there is that, and this probably isn't surprising to any of you, we have a shortage of units that are affordable to households making more than $75,000 a year. So that's owner-occupied units over $200,000 and rentals that are well over $1,000 a month. So that's a really important metric for us because that tells us we can support probably some market rate and in that on the multifamily side. It also tells us we can support new construction. We have those incomes here to support new construction for owner-occupied side too. So one of the things that we definitely heard across the board, and you can tell from these numbers, there is the potential to grow. Yes, we haven't seen growth in the last few decades, but the potential is here. We have individuals who are driving in for jobs. We have a very low unemployment rate. We have employers who are interested in potentially expanding or adding employees. So all of those factors tell us that if we can have the housing, we can probably capture some of that growth. So we start looking at different scenarios where what if we grew at like 0.25%, or what if we grew at 0.5%? So if we grew at 0.25% over the next 8 years, by 2030 we would be at about 8,500, actually just shy of 8,600 as our total population. So what's that start to mean when we think about kind of construction activity as the next step? And really to support that, when we look at what you've been building across some of the communities, we would be roughly about probably doubling our construction activity of where we've been to be able to support that. And again, that means we're capturing, the workers who are already working here and maybe some additional workers into the area. Now, that number can fluctuate depending on that vacancy rate piece, right? So if we don't fill some vacant units, then we need to build more units. If we fill some of the vacant units, then maybe in some places we don't need to build quite as many units. Or we can attract more population if we can open up some of those vacant units to permanent residents. I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit. The other piece of it, so for the individual community, we kind of break down a little bit too when we look by price point. So, for example, if Burlington could also be growing at that kind of 0.25% to 0.5% rate, we'd need probably about 56 units to support that. And that means that about over 20 or about 10 of those units should be rentals that are priced over $1,000 a month. So again, those are units that are that can be constructed by the what we would call without it needing a big subsidy. Now that doesn't mean they wouldn't be something like the MIH program or something like that. And then we also see that on the ownership side. Now we still have demand for those units that are like homes that are priced below $250,000. Building those is very challenging without significant assistance, but those homes exist in our market today. We can see that. It's just that people are living in them. And this goes back to the issue we talked about with our individuals who are maybe are empty nesters, who maybe want to downsize to something that has lower maintenance. We just don't have those options. There was a lot of that conversation in a number of our groups. They're probably living in that $200,000 home. And if they have an option that maybe fits their housing needs better, that's the perfect house for the young family that wants to move to the community. So it's all about creating a little bit more what we refer to sometimes as movement in the market. So I just want to hit on really high level, and we have a lot more numbers in there that we'll have to share with you. But on kind of a high level, based on the analysis of the numbers and the conversations we had, we like to identify, okay, so what are some of our opportunities and what are some of the challenges we should be thinking about? Our opportunities, our strengths, our assets are really great jobs. We are an excellent location. I can go into those a little bit more, but I think you're probably all fairly familiar with all of those things. Good schools, that's really important. I can't emphasize that enough, that the school part is important. The story I always tell is we did a big regional housing study in southern Indiana, and we talked with lots of people, unbelievable great jobs they had across the region, and they would say, everybody would say when they were moving to the area, their first concern was the schools. The next thing they looked for was high-speed internet, and then it was, can I find housing? So those are really important things to be thinking about, that it's kind of a big holistic picture when we think about how we're attracting folks to our communities and retaining them. We also have a really strong downtown here in Burlington, which is a really great asset too. I think, again, so impressed with the number of businesses that are filled and active. So what are some of our, I should also say we have some active partners. The Housing Authority and the work that it's doing is very impressive. That's not something we see in a lot of communities, so very impressed with the work they've been doing. But we do have some challenges. We have a lot availability issue. So if we want to build a home, where are we going to do that? We have a little bit of that lack of lots. And then we talked a little bit about this, but that rental shortage, which is really important for individuals who are first moving to a community, that are maybe looking, they want to look around before they buy. Or in this case, they might even be interested in renting and then almost deciding which community in Coffee County do I want to live in, what school district do we want to be in. But ultimately, if we lose that household and they end up renting or buying someplace else, getting them back here is very difficult. I think anybody in economic development will tell you that. Once somebody is located in a community and their kids are in the school district and they have their church they're going to make that move, they're more likely to change jobs than they are to move their household to the community. So having rentals is really important because that gets them, it's kind of their gateway drug into the community in a way. I've heard it described as transitional housing too, that it's the way they transition into a community and find what they want or build what they want.
It's bait.
Yeah.
Baiting them in.
Exactly. And they want that. And I used to always laugh because you attract in a lot of college graduates. And when I first started doing this 20-some years ago, I would always joke that those college graduates especially were looking for something nicer than what they lived in college. And I don't know if you've been to, Manhattan or Lawrence or any, and even Emporia, they're building a lot of new stuff. Students are living in some pretty nice stuff now. And my son's dorm is very nice. And, and so now it's kind of the converse of like, they don't want to take the step down. And then we find that over and over again in many rural communities that they were living in probably something way nicer when they were going to school. And they're coming to our rural communities going, I don't want to live in this.
Way nicer than what they grew up in.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, for some of them. Yeah.
They want what their parents have.
But that sometimes is the case. But if it is, it's the reality. And if we want to attract, we've got to figure out how we're going to move forward. So with that, what we see as some of the strategic objectives, we need to develop some partnerships for how we're going to share risk. We talked about those gaps that we sometimes see. We need to figure out how we're going to pursue programs that can help us get some of that lot development done. Continued strategic rehabilitation of housing. Again, best source of our affordable housing are those units that are already in our community, so we need to continue to preserve them. And I've been adding on a lot of studies. We talked about this in the statewide study, but we also have to think about workforce development as it relates to our building trades. So when we were doing the tour for the statewide study, I'd say, we can do all the programs we want, but if there isn't actually somebody to swing a hammer or install a toilet, it's pretty hard to build a house or have a new home. So that's an important thing to kind of keep in mind. When we think about the partnerships, there's a lot of different things that we can think about here. And one of the things that I heard that was pretty exciting to me was in the fact that you are doing this study, is the county willing to be at the table? Because that's not always the case. So that's really exciting. And cities being in partnerships with this too. We also have a nonprofit like the the Housing Authority. You're ahead of the game there. That's one thing we recommend in a lot of places is you need to come up with a nonprofit that's going to work in the housing realm, because we need work done sometimes that the private market just says, we can't make any money at that. We can't make any money doing some of these rehab projects or building homes at a certain price point. So the nonprofit idea, and we see it in what you already have going here, is not that they're going to compete with the private market, but they're filling a gap where the private market's just not going to necessarily be successful. We also could think about a lending pool, and sometimes that's just a pool of funding that's local dollars that can help say the Housing Authority or another nonprofit do some of these projects. And those can be funded in a lot of different ways, from our employers putting money in to the different municipalities all putting money in potentially. There's a lot of different ways that you can think about that. But it's a great resource because you can make the rules and you don't have to, there's a lot of state and federal programs, but you have to follow their rules. So whenever you can capitalize locally a little bit of funding, it allows you some flexibility to target those types of things. As we mentioned, you do have the nonprofit. It's doing some great work. They're doing housing rehab, the potential there also for some new products. Communities can also play a very important role. There's kind of 3 areas I like to focus on, and that is the infrastructure piece, which we'll talk a little bit more about here with regards to lot development, but continuing to how do we add new lots. But I will also emphasize infrastructure in maintaining what we have. So we always kind of say that if the street in front of your home is falling apart, or the park across the street looks like an overgrown weed patch, what's sometimes a homeowner's incentive to maintain their own property if everything around them is kind of falling apart. We also need to make sure we don't have any barriers. So are there codes or ordinances that at the time we put them in sometimes made great and perfect sense, but now, we want to do a smaller home and you can't do smaller homes. Or we want to do some attached homes for those kind of low maintenance options, and that's actually not allowed in our code. So looking at those things and making sure those are just out of the way, because that's one less thing that the builder or developer has to they have to jump through to get a project done. And then rehab programs. Again, there's state and federal dollars out there. There are a lot to manage, but communities can get some of those dollars through such as CBDG and so forth. And we have some kind of case studies that we'll pepper in for some of these things also. On the housing production side and lot development, we need to increase the number of our market rate rentals, but we also just need to be looking at how we can produce more lots. And there's kind of there's 4 ways you can look at this. We can wait for the private market, which is unlikely to happen. I mean, basically, the blunt truth of it is that lot development doesn't happen like it did 20, 30, 40 years ago. The cost of front end for a private developer to go out and front end all that infrastructure and then potentially sit on it for 10, 15 years, just nobody has that kind of capital to really make that work anymore. So there's a lot of other ways that we have to look at it. Now, if we were in, when you're in the Kansas City market, they can do that because they're absorbing those lots in a much faster pace. So yes, they can go out and front end that money and they're putting a lot out there, but they're also, their return on that investment is happening probably within 10 years or less. It's in our markets where we have what we refer to as a slower absorption rate. We can do direct development. So there's no specials. There's communities that go out, especially our small rural communities, that'll say, we're just going to go out, we're going to do 10 lots, and we're going to, basically give them away. We're going to get some housing built here, and we see that as a long-term investment in our community and our school districts, whatever that might be. There's also development, but we're going to do it as specials. So we're going to apply the cost of that into a special assessments on each one of those lots that the property owners are going to pay back over time. I will say that is, when you think about the lot being 20% of the final sale price of a home, when you're giving away a lot, that should mean we should be getting a price point that's a little bit lower. And then there's some programs like rural incentives, RHID, our rural housing incentive districts, that can also be leveraged and is actually a really great tool that you are lucky to have here in Kansas that many other states do not have. I will say one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that when we think about when we're kind of getting into the role of being a little bit more involved with lot development, we need to be thinking hard about the kinds of lots we're developing. I will just say that I don't think that when we do this infrastructure is very expensive, as you guys are all very aware of. So therefore, we need to get the most bang for our buck out of this. That means we need to be getting as many housing units on that infrastructure as we possibly can, whether it's through, a fourplex or single-family detached homes, which is great and fine, but we need to be thinking about the lot size then on those single-family detached homes. You've put a lot of money into that infrastructure, and, if somebody wants a large lot and they can afford that large lot, that's probably, this is not the types of subdivisions where they should be looking then. So the RHID tool, as many of you might be aware, is it's a state appointed alternate to special taxes for the infrastructure improvements. So basically what it allows are you guys familiar with it? Otherwise I will explain it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically what it allows to do is that the added tax value that that is generated by that project is used to pay down the bonds that were used to build the infrastructure. So everybody pays their full tax bill. It's just a portion of their taxes then go to paying off, are dedicated to paying off that infrastructure. That's my very quick, simple version of it. On the other side of the issue too is that we do have lots that have infrastructure on them today, and so a lot of communities are looking at putting together a land bank too. So a land bank is a great way to assemble and control the lots that you have that are vacant or have dilapidated structures on them, and to be able to then utilize them for an individual who wants to come in and build a home, or for a nonprofit that's looking for an affordable lot. So it's a great way to kind of begin to assemble some of those lots. But most important, just thinking about some of our shared risk, and when we think about spec houses too. So one of the things we hear in a lot of places is we're not getting any spec houses being built, and it's probably something you're aware of, but our builders are very busy doing what they're doing, and they're making a living building their custom homes, and we need those homes to be built. Obviously, there's the demand; they're staying busy with that. So most of that is coming. Most of our production is coming in custom homes. So sometimes we have to figure out how we're going to make maybe a more spec home more appealing. That might be, again, doing tools like we can with lot development, and how we're maybe making a lot very affordable to that developer. There also might be some patient financing. They know with that spec home that they're going to sell it, and they're not sitting there wondering. My guess would be if somebody started building some spec homes, they would probably be selling them before they finish them. But until that market gets tested and there's some momentum from that, there maybe needs to be some, what we would refer to as patient financing that allows for, the interest payments to be held until while that during a certain time period to make sure the unit sells for them. On the housing conservation side, which is another really important point that we need to be thinking about, there's a couple different things that I just want to highlight. So code enforcement being a really important piece of that. We need, again, review codes. Do we have what we need in place? Is there any inconsistencies? Is there gaps? Is there any desired outcomes? Enforcement is also really important. So if we have the code, we have to enforce it. And being consistent about that enforcement, so we're not creating any precedences. There's plenty of precedents across Kansas for enforcement, but it does take time and it does take money. But it ultimately, I describe it as sometimes it's the rising tide that can lift all the boats, right? So I mentioned Branson. We did a project down in the Branson area, and they had somebody who came in and did some tiny homes project, and this was actually in the community just outside of Branson. And they'd had a lot of code enforcement issues on that street, but once somebody started making investments, things started being improved. Everybody started kind of taking things more seriously. They made the joke that the one neighbor actually mowed his lawn for the first time, and the other neighbor went over and told the drug house to clean up. So it just takes that, saying we're going to take some pride in our property and our maintenance to be really important. We should also think about shared resources. So how can communities come together to make sure they're maybe sharing that code enforcement? I was actually just talking about this at the Nebraska Planning Conference last week, but there's no reason that one community should try to figure out how they're going to pay for somebody to help them do code enforcement. They can be sharing that resource and spreading that cost around a little bit more. Demolition programs, that's actually been pretty active. The Housing Authority, it sounds to me like, has been doing quite a bit of that. So to me, it's just thinking about in the community's budgets, kind of can we budget every year for that to be part of it, and how we're going to remove a dilapidated structure. There's also the Neighborhood Reinvestment Program. And the NRP is what it's usually referred to. So this is a tax rebate program that's provided in the state. I don't believe any of the communities or the county has it here. I will say the one thing that we have found the original intent of it, the idea was that we would get lower income areas to invest in their properties, but it is a tax rebate. So if you're a low income household, you have to come up with the money to make the improvement, and then you have to come up with the money to pay the taxes to get them rebated back to you. So what we have found across the state is that it actually is getting used more on the commercial side, or actually on the multifamily or rental properties. So, if I'm a person who wants to come in and do a duplex and rent out those 2 units, the NRP program is pretty appealing to me, because I can figure that into my pro forma, that I'm going to get that rebate. I've got the capital to do the improvement, and the rebate is appealing to me. So it's a good program for that, and something to think about. It is a lot of paperwork to get it set up, but once you're set up, it's great. There's also the Rural Housing Incentive District Upper Story Program now too, which I think there's a couple buildings in Burlington here that would probably qualify that. I don't think we probably have anything in our other communities, but there's a couple buildings here in Burlington that I think might be good places to think about. I'm just looking back, but I think that hits kind of the highlights. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I was kind of jumping around here based on where my mind was kind of going here. But that kind of hits the highlights. Happy to answer any other questions that you have. I guess the one thing I didn't hit on the production side was the rentals. I knew I jumped around a little bit. And the market rate rentals, our numbers show the demand is here. We could support that. So sometimes some things we need to be maybe think about is define the sites that are suitable. Go out and kind of proactively maybe define those sites, because we can often run into issues where people are kind of like, I don't know if I want rental property next to me. We also maybe even can consider some advanced acquisition just to help with that process, and then creating some partnerships. We might even have to recruit a developer who wants to actually do those types of projects. Those are also really good projects for the Moderate Income Housing Program, which is a KHRC program. And doing a study like this will position a group for having access to those funds, and then continuing to encourage downtown opportunities, which I think you really have here in Burlington. Some of those upper stories, we started to see some of that occurring already. So that was the one piece that I think I wanted to make sure that I hit on. Again, happy to answer any questions. Hopefully I didn't go too long or talk too fast.
Well, I mean, it's very clear that the housing is something that needs to be, really, really, really looked at in Coffee County.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, nobody wants to sell 5 acres or 10 acres or 15 or 20 or 40 acres. That's a lot of the issue within the area.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to release it.
Yeah, there were a few on our community tours. I think there are pockets in each of the communities, especially here on the north side of the county, that probably have some potential sites. But the other piece of it that we ran into this a lot, for whatever reason. I seem to have run into it a lot when we were in Indiana. And one of the things that we talked about there too was just how do we outreach to individuals to say, how can you leave a legacy for your community? How can you be part of what, the next generation of what's going to make your community great? And just trying to have it from that perspective in those conversations too.
This 40% of the houses 60 plus years
Mm-hmm.
of age, that countywide?
Yes.
That's a substantial amount.
And I would guess when we get into our communities, especially the smaller ones, it's even higher than that.
You're right.
Yeah.
Since I became a commissioner, I've been pushing for some sort of code services
Mm-hmm.
deal, and part of that would be on codes as property maintenance.
Right. Kind of nuisance abatement sorts of things.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, when you look at several of the communities as a whole, on dilapidated structures, there's a substantial amount of those that could be, if you had code services in place. And I know some other cities have offered to share that. I think some lots could be opened up here and there
Yep.
And I know it's true what Jesse said, nobody really wants to let go of 5 acres or 10 acres that much anymore.
Well, and you don't have to put water and sewer in a street to those lots either.
True. So, I mean, the infrastructure is already there on
Yeah.
some of them, and,
Mhm.
I know Rhonda and Mike Skillman came in and pitched up there at the meadows, you know, county letting loose of some of that land that we own up there. Excuse me. So, there's potential.
I believe there is.
We just gotta get, I think we gotta get the trade services in place as far as, maybe not so much on the building end of it. I mean, that's a fairly knowledgeable position to hold there, but on the property maintenance is different, so.
And being able to do something about it.
Mhm. Yeah, and there's plenty of kind of precedents that you can talk with other communities and counties.
So Rhonda with the Housing Authority, have privy to this
Yes.
report you
Yep.
got?
Mhm.
So that way, because I know she applies for grants all the
Yes.
time, so if this is in
This
place.
would be a
it's
really good tool for her.
Good tool for her,
Mhm.
so,
Yep.
yeah, awesome.
Mhm. Yeah, you're very lucky to have her in the work that she's doing. That's a rare gem that we don't see in a lot of places.
And you know, the Housing Authority owns several lots, so.
Mhm.
I don't
Right.
Why hate to put houses on, get houses on?
I know they're for sale.
Rhonda was specifically interested in this. You said it 2 or 3 times, this particular study, this type study, opens the door for some grant funding we have not had access to, which will help.
It doesn't surprise me that the number of people who go out of county to work, because people, I've been here most of my life, people want to live in a small community. They want to go where the big job is.
Yeah.
But they want to come back to the small community.
Mhm.
If they wanted to live in the big city, they would have been gone.
Yeah.
So I don't care what community it is, you're going to have that. And small communities are within 40, 50 miles of a larger community.
Yeah, well, and I think the potential's even has gotten even greater from, that you can pull people from Topeka and even, you know, the western edge of Johnson County, because, you know, if you're working from home 2-3 days a week, it's a really easy commute then to be doing that, you know, more sporadically, so, yeah. And your kids are in a great school district and, you know, smaller classes and all of those things. So we're definitely seeing that trend a little bit. And it's actually interesting because we're also, we're seeing it in a number of places that it's actually retirees too. And what I've referred to it as, we heard this a little bit in western Kansas, and I'm hearing it in western Nebraska too, coming especially from Colorado, and I describe it as they're cashing out and they're retiring in these locations, which is great. Doesn't really address our workforce needs if they're retiring, but it's also a potential market that we have there too.
A lot of good information, and a lot of it's something we already know.
Yeah.
Just reconfirms it.
Right. Yeah, I find a lot of times it's not necessarily that I'm telling something that's shockingly new, but just putting numbers to it for you.
There you go. There you go.
40% of the workforce leaving the county. I still have trouble. I'm sure it's accurate. Don't misunderstand.
Yeah.
Don't even seem possible.
Sit on that road north of Lebo.
Mm-hmm.
Going out of Lebo every morning.
Old 50 and 31.
All day long.
Going to I-35.
Yep.
At 40%, 2,300, that's a huge.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I got a quick question. You said something about the lot development and keeping the lot sizes to a smaller lot size. Do you have a lot size, a specific lot size in mind, or is that just kind of a...
Well, one of the things that I would also say is there isn't anything wrong with a little bit of variety.
Sure.
Within a development. So, you know, you could be talking about anything from a 60-foot lot, would probably be in that range, 50 to 60-foot lot, would not be, I know that sounds really small, probably to a lot of folks around here, but when we start to get up above 80, I start to get very concerned about how much we're putting into the infrastructure and the return back we're getting on that.
You're talking about
Width,
a street value, or a street?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So a 60-foot lot is pretty impossible to place a 2,000 square foot home on.
ranch style, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kinda lies in the problem with that, but,
Yeah.
okay.
But that's, you know, I guess I've had a little bit of a soapbox thing lately on a few of our projects, and I think, you know, when individuals say they want that home at less than $200,000 new construction, they're going to have to realize I'm probably talking about something that's 1,500 square feet or less.
Mhm.
Yes, we have our custom builds, and those can be the bigger units, and they're gonna be at a higher price point. But if we wanna get to a price point, we've gotta be talking, we're talking about an entry-level home, which, the other statistics that I often share is that in the 1950s, the average square footage of a home was 1,000 square feet or less. And so, people talk about what housing's costing today, but we're asking a lot more of that housing. So there's a little bit of retraining of the market, maybe in a little way that we have to.
Back then, there was 6 to 8 people living in that 1,000
Yeah.
square foot.
Yeah.
Now they want a 4,000 square foot home for 3.
Yeah.
You're spending more time indoors than you used to as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's what's wrong with society. They need to spend more time outside.
With you speaking about not letting people buy more than one lot.
Oh,
That
yeah.
hit home.
Yeah, yes. I think that's an important piece of it too. But again, if the private market is going out there and putting the subdivision in and doing that, and they want to sell that extra lot, but when we're talking about the partnerships we're creating, and we got to get the most bang for our buck out of those
There's a lot of that happens. They do a big development, and this guy's got plenty of money, and he wants to buy 4 lots, and nobody builds around him.
Yeah. Which is, I can also appreciate that it's easy for communities to be in a situation of like, somebody wants to buy the lot, let's get rid, let's sell it, and we can, but there's a little bit of, what's, again, about to that can we be patient and for the long-term benefit, because, boy, putting that infrastructure in is expensive. And I'm not saying we don't have bigger lot developments, I'm just saying that the way it gets developed is different.
Most lots here in town are like 50 by 100, 50 by 120,
Mhm.
but my house sits on 1.5. Across the street, I own 2, where I was gonna build another house, but.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the
You could do it,
50-foot lot is
depending on
very,
where the project is, it's
Right.
what side of the lot you're talking about.
Right.
I know some places, a lot would be a full acre.
Yeah, right,
So-
exactly. But if we're talking about.
You gotta have 5 acres.
Yeah, but if we're talking about using city infrastructure, water, sewer, it doesn't, that 1 acre lot doesn't pay back. I mean, the analogy that I use is even if we figured we were at, a 3 to 4 unit per acre average on density, and we built $250,000 homes, we built 4 on that 1 acre, that's $1 million in valuation. If somebody took that 1 acre and built a $500,000 home, which would be a nice home, we have half the valuation out of that 1 acre, and half the valuation that we're getting for paying that infrastructure back.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that one. I think trying to jam that many houses on an acre.
3 to 4 units per acre is pretty standard, what we call suburban development. So that's what you're going to see in the new developments in Topeka or, in some of the Johnson
County.
Right. Mm-hmm. They're going to be in that range, 3 to 4 acres, 3 to 4 units per acre. Yeah. So you're like, I live on a 50-foot lot, kind of subdivision. I'm probably more like 6. In an older 1920s neighborhood, we're probably closer to 6 units per acre.
I'd say that's pretty close to what's going in any Gardner, right there at I-35.
Yeah.
Well, people in the cities don't mind living on top of each other, but I think when you get into the rural community,
Right.
people don't wanna live on top of each other, and they want a little bit of yard to mow.
Right.
By that mower, they wanna ride more.
I absolutely agree with you. I think this goes back to helping people understand things. I think people then have to understand that comes at a cost.
Yeah.
Because I am not sharing that cost of the expense of that infrastructure with more of my neighbors. I'm sharing it with fewer, which means I carry more of that cost myself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, it's fine. It's just people have to understand that translates into to real dollars at some point.
A lot of stuff to absorb.
Great.
You just gotta figure out how to get things implemented and get going. Because it's needed.
Yeah, the demand's here.
Yeah.
So,
It's needed.
great, well,
Thank
thank
you
you.
very much.
Some houses is that an 8-year period?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Yeah, so just
That's the way I
almost
understood it,
about
just making
doubling
sure.
what Burlington was doing
Right.
before. Mhm.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that ends our agenda. Mr. Johnson, you got something else for us today?
No, sir.
No? Bobby, you got anything good for us today?
It can wait until next week. No, sir, I don't have anything.
Mr. Wade.
I had asked Tom to come up. Last week, we had a spirited discussion about the drug testing policy for the county, so I think, if some changes are going to be made or recommended by the board, that one of the changes was to potentially get the sheriff back involved. And as the board is aware, the sheriff, when he wasn't the sheriff, was sort of one of the architects of the current policy. So to have that discussion, maybe, if you wanna do it now, he's got his paperwork here, what that would look like, how it would be put into effect. I know Commissioner Huguenin sort of at a disadvantage because he wasn't here last week, so going back and forth with whether the county continues on with the current policy for random testing across the county, or whether it's only for sensitive positions, the DOT type positions. I guess that's a good launching point for right now.
Well, and like you say, you are gonna have, if there is an accident, a post-accident, you're gonna have a pre-employment drug screen, you're gonna have a post-accident drug screen. But, you know, in my eyes, on the post-accident, that's shutting the gate after the horse got out. But, I mean, it's whatever everybody wants to do.
So I think compliance one helped shed some light on some of the unknowns. There's 101 county employees in that. I know some people get called on a more regular basis than others, but as
just luck.
I mean, they should go play the lottery, I guess. It's an imperfect system, but
on my way out.
I think as everybody now knows, that there's no internal manipulation of that process from the inside. It's done at the compliance one level is what I understood, which is the way it should be. No one here should be able to have input on who ends up in that pool, but.
You know, the 101's only 2/3 of the employees. To me, I'm not sure that's a fair policy for the county, when we got 50 employees that are not in the program.
Well, that's non-DOT, though, right?
Non-DOT's 101.
So the other
Well,
50 some,
A bunch
road
of
and bridge.
Road and
bunch
bridge.
of them are DOTs.
Yes.
And your landfill
Mm-hmm.
and, airport.
Yeah. So it's pretty high percentage.
Tom, do you have any input on what you think would be reasonable? Maybe shouldn't even ask that question, should have I?
I have a lot of opinions. I've got specific situations that I've dealt with in the past, but I can't talk about them in an open session.
Right.
So, I mean, I can give you instances, things that we did when we wrote this policy. I was instrumental in rewriting this policy, 2015 or 16. It was implemented in 2017. But there's specific things that we need to probably talk about.
With that in mind, I'd like to have a 15-minute executive session.
15 minutes not near enough, you know better than that.
Yeah. Let's go to 30?
Executive session discussion, non-elected personnel.
No.
Is that what it? Wade?
Can you talk about some of it without going into specifics?
Not, we not elected person.
that's true.
Policy.
No, not always, it'd be more policy.
Policy, procedures.
Generically speaking, prior practice, how,
So the issue becomes, is this. What I was told was that you may want to have this program, and have either me, the sheriff's office, whatever you wanna call it, possibly directing this program. If you're putting me in there because I'm the thug, it's not gonna happen. There's no reason that lady right there and Ken Roney can't handle this program. But there needs to be some changes, in my personal opinion. I'm speaking personally, not as the sheriff. That being said, what's good for one is good for all. I've always argued that since I was getting drug tested in 1997, up until today, and when I was a dog handler and I had narcotics all the time and handled it, I welcomed that. I could easily say, hey, I'm not using my material or whatever because I'm getting randomly tested. But that's not true for this entire county. I'm an elected official, okay? I could opt my people out if I wasn't in a safety-sensitive position. I don't get that choice. I'm mandated to take it just like Road and Bridge is, if you so deem it necessary, and what EMC says. But if we have 200 employees here, all 200 employees ought to be taking it. What's good for one is good for all.
Absolutely.
So, that being said, you only have one choice. Either you keep it or you get rid of it. That's me personally.
Well, I think that's where it's at. We either all in or.
So here's another little issue let's talk about, okay? And I'm talking about us here as elected officials, okay? So, let's just say that one of us, let's say me, let's say I go home and I start taking some OxyContin because I've got a back problem, it's my wife's, and I come in Monday morning and test positive. Andrew's in charge. Is Andrew gonna fire me? She don't have the right to fire me as elected official.
That's right.
So then what authority does she have over me or you as an elected official? It's not fair for everybody.
Right. Yeah.
So either you tell the elected officials you're not gonna test because it's stupidity to test if you have no consequences. You have to have consequences to have that fear to keep them from using whatever it may be, either alcohol or narcotics. And I'm not talking about you going out and using heroin. I'm talking about the overuse of opioids in today's world. That's what it is. When I was in charge of it, I had the authority by the commission to hire and fire on that issue. I had people that failed tests. I had people that would not take tests, went home, gave a reason why they went home, said they had a sick child or whatever it may be, and the only reason they went home is because I went and told them they had to take a test, and they went and told their superior, I gotta go home and take care of a sick kid. All they did was try to get out of taking the test. Go knock on the door, they come to the door with a beer in their hand, why did you not take a test? I told you you needed to be there, because I knew I wouldn't pass it. You're gone. Walk in and tell the commission, the next commission meeting, here's what's happened, here's what occurred. You have to give the person, whoever's in charge of it, if you're gonna continue, you have to give that person the utmost authority to do that, or it's irrelevant, you put them in charge. If policy says, you get one choice. You can walk into me and walk down that hallway to come take a test and say, Tom, I've got an issue, I need help. Come on, I'll help you. And we'll walk down, we'll sit in another room, and we'll start making phone calls. But you can't come in and either deviate from the test, because the problem is, how do I know you weren't dirty at the time? And you can't come in and fail that exam. Once you fail the exam, a DOT is 100 times worse than a non-DOT. Because once you fail it, then you have to come back for prior testing, 3 I think it used to be, before you could actually come back to work. And then I can give you randoms whenever I want to because of that failure. But as a CDL driver, one of the persons that was terminated was a CDL driver. They're long and gone. They said, I want a second test. That's fine. We have a split sample. It gets tested, it comes back positive. They said, fine, I didn't want to work here anyway. Sorry to hear that, whatever I can do to help you. You need to come in and talk to me, because I got paper you signed. I'm not coming in and talk to you, Tom. Okay. Unfortunately, they go to another job and try to get a CDL driver's job. They can't, because they failed to follow through with the CDL protocol that Jesse has to have as a CDL driver, for example. He has to follow through with things before he can get okayed to go to another job. So it's a constant thing you have to keep up on. I've been through those situations, folks. It's not fun. But that being said, what's good for one is good for all. And whoever you put in charge of it has to have the authority to do something. That's my personal opinion. I would not want to take that position now and not have the authority. Plain and simple. But it's hard for me, for you, let's just say, hypothetically, you, at the end of this day, you say, Tom, we want you to take it back over. Why? Why can she and little Kenny not handle it? What's the reasoning now you want me to take it over? Because if you're doing it because I got a star and a gun and you're wanting me as a thug, it don't work that way, folks.
Was that the discussion last week? They wanted you to take it over?
No, sir. I'm just saying that I was told that there's a possibility that I may be looked at to take this over.
I don't see a need in switching it. But as far as somebody failing any test, I would think from there it goes to Wade.
Under the policy, I mean, I guess it depends on how it plays out. But, so to catch you up, there was a conversation last week about whether the non-DOT drug testing policy even needs to continue. And you weren't here for that. And then the second question was, who needs to be running the program? Does it need to be Andrea? Does it need to be Kenny? Do you need to go back and have someone from back before Tom left, back in 2018, in December of 18, he had been in charge of it, and then it moved on to Donna at the time, and then from Donna to Andrea. So the compliance one component was here because there were a lot of questions about how that operated. So now we're sort of cussing and discussing, so to speak, about what needs to happen now.
Well, I don't know it to be a fact, but I was told there was a couple of departments that have opted out. I don't know.
So I'll use the county attorney's office as an example. I didn't know it at the time when I first came on board, but the county attorney's office had been opted out, and I don't know how long they had been opted out, but I opted the county attorney's office back in because I wanted to make sure that other county employees had to follow the policy, that as a leader in the county, that the county attorney's office had to follow that policy.
Well, what two departments are not?
I'm not sure. But
do you know? Which ones are they?
It's treasurer's office and the clerk's office, isn't it?
The treasurer's office is in.
Oh, treasurer's.
Register of deeds and clerk's office employees.
Register of deeds and clerk's office.
What's the reasoning there?
Well, the reasoning that Gwen and I both had was that AG opinion is elected officials do not have to participate, it's against a constitutional right. And so I have that AG opinion.
For the clerk, for elected officials
Elected
only,
officials.
not for the staff.
Now, when
Well-
somebody drives a county vehicle,
See, as elected official, you wasn't drug screened prior to your employment,
yeah,
but you can get in a county vehicle and drive it. Or you could smoke up and go jump in a county vehicle and
drive it.
drive it. But Billy over here that works behind the office desk can't. Or they can be subject to drug screening. They're subject pre-employment. And then they subject random.
To me, if you wanna drive a county vehicle,
I've always said that from day one.
Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, see you, Ted.
I mean, I think we've got,
no different than any other workplace I've worked at.
the way I look at it, you've got county, you got taxpayer money paying for employees, and I don't think taxpayer monies ought to go to drug addicts and pill poppers.
And there's none of those in our offices.
Well,
I mean, we've been here for 25 years. and
I mean,
30,
that's the way I
40
feel about it. I mean, that's,
I still, my opinion, absolutely 100% of our employees, elected or non-elected, whoever it may be. And to me, the elected department is, if there's 2 or 3 that's not in it, to me, need to be setting the example for the rest of the employees throughout the county. And they ought to be setting the example and being a part of the program. And to me, there's only one choice, and that's 100% be involved. But
You know, under Nylander, elected officials can opt out, and they can,
elected officials can,
I
but
think they can opt out
employees
their,
can't.
well, I think they can opt out their employees too.
They can opt
because
out their
they
employees
are
as
in
well.
charge, they have the direct authority to hire and fire their own employees.
Mm.
So they can opt in and opt out.
And what I'm saying is, then don't drive a county vehicle.
But then the corollary to that is they're gonna drive their own vehicle, and then they're gonna send
If
in.
they're on duty. If they're on duty, driving from here to Waverly or here to Topeka, and they're being paid for that, the county's still at fault under their own, because they're conducting business at the county, we can still be at fault if they're smoked up on crack or not.
Right, I understand that they're just gonna turn in for mileage.
You're still paying for it.
Sure.
So you're at fault.
So,
The county is still at fault, is what I'm saying.
no, I understand that.
And I'm not, please, let's get something straight here before we walk out here, is I have no problem with Angie as an elected official deciding that that's what she does or doesn't wanna do. But based on that, then again, it ought to be fair for everybody. So, if you're saying that, and forget that I'm from the sheriff's office, because I'm mandated by EMC, I understand that we're safety sensitive, we're considered safety sensitive. Carry a gun, badge, drive fast, we're safety sensitive. So I don't have a choice to opt out, okay? But the question is that's fine. If we're not gonna do this, and that's nothing against Angie, if Angie says she doesn't wanna do it, that's fine and dandy. But if that's true, then I'm taking everybody out of the pool that's not. My secretaries aren't gonna be in it, my jail staff isn't gonna be in it. I mean, I'm gonna have the minimum number of people that I have to have in there, because it's not fair to everybody. I'm just telling you that up front. I don't lie to you about anything.
That's kind of the way I feel about it, so might as well just do pre-employment and post-accident and.
Live on a prayer.
And DOT,
And DOT.
but not non-DOT.
And then, if you got suspicion, then you can.
You got reasonable suspicion.
Absolutely.
And that's always the way it's been.
Yeah, it's the way it's always been,
Suspicion,
you bet.
we would have them tested or something, but they're just sitting behind a desk. They might have, 2 of my employees never even drove a county vehicle before. Or actually 3.
But I'll go along with whatever.
We're at a we're at a crossroads where I think we're gonna have to make the decision what they we're gonna do.
But, I mean, if it's not consistent across the board, I opted the county attorney's office in, to set an example. But the people that I deal with, the people in my office, and I don't think anybody has to worry about any of them, but it's the principle. So if you're going to not have it consistently enforced across the board for every single county employee, including elected officials, even if it doesn't mean anything, then you might need to consider removing the non-DOT random drug testing policy.
I mean, if you did say you wanted it, every employee, even elected official, you're still faced with Nylander where that.
I understand that, but there would have to be buy-in across the board.
I think people don't understand, and I really hate to say it this way, this county, we have two groups of people. We have elected people and we have non-elected people. Now, we can't tell Tom what to do for the most part of anything else. How can we tell him he has to take a drug test if he wasn't under law enforcement? I mean, we're going to start picking and choosing. We tell you to do this, but we can't tell you to do this. I don't know.
It's a catch-22.
And I'm kind of, and I was one of these, was kind of a pusher that I thought we got to pre-employment, not that. I'm not sure, just leaving it the way it is not the best deal, because I've talked to a couple of department heads, and they kind of feel like maybe the random is still a good deal for certainly for their departments. So do we eliminate that or do we not? I don't know.
Can I say something there?
Mm-hmm.
So, I understand what you're saying, Bob, but if you're wanting that department head to do his job, if he's telling you that, he sees a problem and he should do a show cause.
Well,
It sounds to me like he's wanting the random to catch his problem so he doesn't have to do his job.
well, and that's kind of what the answer I gave him, but the answer that I got was, well, if we do, here's what they said, if we do pre-employment, that person can, and I don't know a thing about drugs or all this crap.
They can clean, yes,
They can
Bob.
clean
They
30
can be
days.
clean for 30 days, and then they're doing it, and they're never gonna get called in for random, then they can start in smoking or do whatever they do again. Whereas if there's just a possibility that they can get called in, there's a good chance they might stay clean.
Again, it's a deterrent, absolutely. That's what I
So-
said, it's just a deterrent. All it's gonna do is keep honest people honest. Let's be truthful. Just like putting locks on your door, all it does is keep honest persons honest.
Yeah, they ought to.
Because I can open that.
You'll break that
That's
window.
right, that's right. But, yeah, I've been back now 18 months, 19 months, or whatever, and Andrew and Kenny do a good job. There's nothing, they do a great job. Kenny is very knowledgeable, so is Andrew. And again, it was nice when I was at it that I had Donna and I had little Kenny, and I could call and ask questions if something came up. And again, those folks at Compliance One are a wealth of information. All you have to do is call. They have a liaison that works with us. And you have a question, they know the answers. They're good people to work with. In my tenure as that head.
Well, and I think the discussion that was brought in today, that, you know, you can grab, say, if somebody's on a job somewhere and they can't break free, you know, if they can't break free, and then by the time they can get broke free and get up here to do a random drug screen, and they're gone, they've done already did their deal, they're not waiting around any longer, you can take that individual to the hospital and perform a random drug screen, as long as there's not alcohol testing involved at the same time. Now, where we go, they do the alcohol and drugs all right there under one house. So, I mean, that opens up a little more information, you know. It's not just 7 a.m. to 11. If you can't make it, by God, that's a denial type scenario. if at 5 after 11 or 10 after 11, that individual's freed up and can go do it, and Billy and Frank, the pullers, the testers are already gone, then they can go to the hospital and get it done.
I think that, I can see both sides of it, but I'm not gonna sit here and make a knee-jerk decision and then 2 weeks later decide, well, that wasn't the right one. I honestly feel like that we ought to just continue the way we are until somebody else figures something out. And I'm not sure what we're gonna figure out, but, I mean, I'm not gonna say, no, they don't have to do it, or I'm gonna say, no, everybody has to, because that we cannot make other people do that. Because you can't make everybody do it. So, I don't know. I guess until we make a decision, what we got going is what's gonna happen.
What we'll continue with until...
But there needs to be some revisions if it continues as is. And it needs to be made crystal clear what whoever's in charge, what their authority is, what they can and cannot do, and then if there is deviation from random testing, what that looks like and what that procedure is, because the current policy has what I'll call some holes, and you know, everybody wants brevity, but when you have brevity, you end up having things that come up that are unknown, and then when the unknown hits, then what do you do and what's your response to that? So I think it needs to be revised in some way, what that looks like, and who does that.
Within so many pages?
Within so many pages.
You know, I'm with Jesse. I think there was a new light shine on it today that we didn't really know about, as far as we can still take them and have them tested and sent off to, which,
so then you need to define.
The policy needs to go change.
Well, it needs to be defined, because do you have up until 5 o'clock that day? Do you have up until noon? Is it 3 hours?
Well, and then like she said, if they're busy, but if somebody says, well, I'm busy now, do they have the opportunity to go home? They're not supposed to, but if they say, okay, well, I'm busy this morning, I'll catch up with you at the hospital this afternoon, that gives them the time to go home, do whatever that they're not supposed to have.
It needs to have once the employee is done doing whatever they were doing, that they're escorted by whoever the representative is to the hospital, so that they can, there has to be some sort of mechanism, because everybody needs to be treated the same. So if one person is busy and they have the ability to go wherever, and another person is escorted by the county representative, then that's not being treated the same. It needs to be the same procedure. Everybody needs to know what that procedure is, so that it's evenly applied across the board.
Andrew, I would like one thing. Can you please give me a definition from EMC and Compliance 1 on what they consider safety sensitive?
I'll get with her today.
Please, just let me know.
You know, our current employees, if they know there's a possibility they're gonna test positive, they could delay until 10:30 or 11, knowing that the individual's pulling samples already left.
So, but here's the
And
deal.
that's, to me, that's a totally unfair.
So here's the issue with drug testing, though. I mean, the half-life for certain drugs is, within that window of time, you're not gonna be able to purge your system. And if it ends up being an issue, the person could have the option, if you want it written into policy, to have a hair follicle sample. And hair follicle samples, even if they shave every piece of hair on their body, the root is where, I mean, just get that, and that'll tell an entirely different tale. Because I request hair follicle tests in the courtroom all the time, because people want to try to be slick and to try to circumvent some of the I can't go. And when we're talking about putting kids back with parents, I'm not playing when it comes to methamphetamine and putting kids back with parents. So we have sweat patches, we have hair follicle tests, and then you have the UAs.
Well, and to think too, how effective is random testing, because everybody knows it's by quarter. So if we have one more quarter, say we do testing at a certain day, people know, okay, well, that was the random for this quarter, I'm good for the next 2 months. If somebody's that worried about an employee with a problem, that person is probably calculating the quarters, and they know, okay, I'm good for the next.
If they don't know what day you're gonna call them in.
Well, no, but once we've had the testing, they know, okay, this is.
They're good for their,
Yeah, so
their quarter.
they've got the rest of the quarter to go, because there's no more random testing. So, I mean, they figure out the system if you're.
Well, they did say you could do it in two segments too. You could do
Right.
group one day, and wait 2 months, month down the road and do another group. You're gonna have to change it up if you wanna.
So, from my perspective, and I don't mind just opening up the being the part of the subject, in creating this dilemma, but whatever happens, let it be articulated very well so that the people understand, so that there are not emotions involved when somebody is trying to, like in my case, doing the right thing is not the question. Navigating what I understood to be the case was the question, because there are zero, it's just not spelled out. If I had known that the guy's gonna leave in X period of time, I would have made accommodations. So whatever the commission decides, that's what we're gonna do, everybody, but spell it out.
Well, we don't generally have an X period of time, because if somebody says, they try to test, they can't go, okay, well, now we could be sitting here for 3 more hours, so we can't say, okay, well, it's 9 o'clock and you're supposed to be done by 10. This person has every opportunity to use their time, so we can't say, okay, well, we had to leave. Now we're here.
But we do have the opportunity to take them to the hospital for it, which evidently at the time that wasn't understood.
And other than alcohol.
Yeah. So, I wonder.
Gentlemen,
thank you, sir.
Tom.
I'll get that information.
And I don't know why the sheriff's office alcohol testing facility prints out a 0 test or a .0 whatever test.
They tested me for alcohol down there, and all I did was put on one of those deals, like,
Yeah, they
went
just,
to the police.
but it also does a printout, You have to have a printout.
You're talking about the intoxilizer?
They said it had to be taken to Topeka to do
And
that.
Kenny explained that, I could get his explanation, but it's something about them not being certified for the company.
I'm sure it's do something.
Well, yeah, every operator is certified, and then, KDHE has to certify the instrument, we need to check with KDHE whether that's an appropriate use of an intoxilizer, because I'm not sure, thinking about it, that it is, because at times I have to introduce into evidence the logs of that instrument, and I don't know, we'd have to look into it.
If the sheriff's department can use that to
put people in jail,
I would think that we could use it to test them.
But there may be certain requirements to have it certified that it's not used for that purpose. I mean, it's an evidentiary test that I introduce those test results, and outside of training, I don't know of another instance where they're used for that purpose.
You could probably do it for your non-DOT, but your DOT is gonna have to be certified. So for like the non-DOT employees of the county,
Sure.
If they missed it and we took them, hauled them to the hospital to have a urine sample taken, they could be hauled to the sheriff's office to have an alcohol deal, and you've got the results. All you're gonna do is put it in a personnel file anyway.
Sure.
I mean, they're not, I think she said like this morning, if I remember, wrote it down correctly, they're not worried about percentages so much on our non-DOT employees. It's just the DOT employees and your airport employees. So we don't have to hit a threshold on our non-DOT.
Sure.
But somebody gets told they need to test, they need to test. If they can't test them, just like you say, if you're in court, you're non-DOT, you're in court, you can't exit the court, these people are gone, they leave. Judge isn't gonna let you leave, so then Rooney or Andrea could take you down. You could do the urine sample, come right back. If it's alcohol, you could take a sample at the sheriff's office.
So there's the one thing to look into, and our compliance one person didn't mention it, but saliva testing is a big issue too, where you just swab the mouth, put it in, and it'll tell you, I don't know, within minutes what's in the system. And I think, you know, for roadside field sobriety testing similar to a PPT, the state is actually looking into having that as one of the tools that's in the toolbox for law enforcement, because there is a growing number of people who are impaired drivers that do not have alcohol on board. They have some sort of legal or illegal substance on board, whether it be the opioids or methamphetamine or cocaine or heroin, and they do not need to be out on the road just like someone who's impaired by alcohol.
Yep.
But if that's going to be part of the process, it needs to be written into the policy, so everybody is aware of what the policy is.
I'll be excusing myself.
Okay.
I got a meeting.
You got a meeting to get to? We was just about ready to hit Roundtable, I think.
I'll have to do it by next week.
Don't forget you held off last week and put it
We'll be
this
ready
week.
for you then. Good, that's a warning.
That's a warning.
Thank you,
Say
Tim.
Tim.
Drive safe.
So the one other thing I'll say, and why I opted the county attorney's office into the drug testing policy. I'll use a criminal case as an example. Someone who either has no money or has however much money, they hire a big city attorney and they come in to Coffee County. I want the person who has no money to be treated the same way as the person who has more money than God, because that's what the law requires. So anybody who's a county employee, in my opinion, who is subject to random testing, as someone who sits in the position I'm in, justice is equally applied across the board. And if you go up to Topeka and you walk into the judicial center, there's a statute that says within these walls the balance of justice weighs equal. And that's what I think is important. I want everybody to feel like they get treated fairly and the same.
You don't want to look at too.
No, I agree 100%, and I just look at risk. That's been my whole life, is risk. Trying to eliminate as much risk as possible.
Well, I think this whole issue came up, and I was just gonna say this, I honestly think that there was some miscommunication, and there were a couple things that we weren't aware of how it could have been handled. So I think we need to look at how, and maybe write how we're gonna do this going forward.
We'll fix it. We'll make it better.
I think that's what we need to do. We need to look at fixing it.
So not to pivot and switch topics, but on the topic of risk, you should have received an email that I asked Andrea to send you with the cost estimate for putting up ballistic glass or security in multiple departments across the county, and there should be renderings or diagrams, and I believe the total cost is estimated at what, $490.
You might as well just figure $500,000.
$500,000. So
my question, Wade, and I know somebody's gonna say, well, you can't. Safety is number one. I'm gonna say that. But your office is gonna be going somewhere else.
True.
When the jail and the court system's been totally redone. So is it really, I mean, take my word lightly, and I'm not gonna say necessary, because any life saved is very important.
Sure.
But is it wait,
The cost for the county attorney's office, I think, is $40,000.
57.
57, is it necessary right now, is your question?
But some crazy person comes in tomorrow and shoots it up,
And you know what?
then I look back.
It's been the way it is currently since this building was built, and probably long before that. So is it something that, do I have concerns? I'm always gonna have concerns, but I could walk down these stairs into that lobby and walk into the court, on my way into the courtroom, and the same thing could happen to me, or my staff, or anybody in that courtroom. I think that there needs to be what I didn't see, and maybe it's coming later, is the estimate to secure that door, and that's what Bob had suggested at the time. So at least for what, I don't have that in front of me, what offices are listed, because there's some that
Attorneys, project, appraiser, CSO, district court project, community corrections, and executive assistant quote, treasurer project, sheriff, IT, zoning quoted. That's it.
But my thing is, if you put them down the doors, it doesn't matter what else changes in this courthouse. It doesn't matter. Your office can move, whatever it is, it's there. And then when you get things in place,
So I do think that at least initially you need to look at the district court, because
That's not gonna change
that's not gonna change.
during the renovation?
That district court clerk's office is gonna remain the same.
It'll remain right there.
That is your public access to the court.
I mean, that's one.
See, there's three of these projections that we don't have copies on.
If I remember right, I asked that question when Steve was here about, when we do renovations to the courthouse, can they be altered after the fact? Would they be added on to or taken away from? And I believe the answer was yes. But I believe at the same time, we were also supposed to get some sort of quote about setting up something down in the lobby, and that's not on here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where that is. That might be an entirely separate thing. I think he wanted to get something to you so you could see what it looked like.
Well, the bad part is the quote's only good for 15 days.
15 days, we gotta make a decision on that.
Well, I think he did that because the cost of the material was
everything up and down.
So I agree with you on the county attorney's office. Do I think it needs to be secure? It will be secure in the new location.
Right, no, I'm totally fine with it. I'm totally fine there. But I just don't wanna do something and then have to, redo it, or.
Like I say, I believe I posed that question to Steve about altering it after the fact, and I believe the answer was yes. Am I correct?
For pricing, do anything.
Well, true, but I mean, in other words, it doesn't mean that entire area is trash now if you need to take it and put it someplace else.
But it also means that we didn't get anything to prevent the whole courthouse.
That is true.
We didn't get that part.
Yeah, and that is true.
And I'm not sure he's preparing that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's preparing.
I thought
that was part of it.
I thought so too.
I don't think, when he left that day, I think he was only talking about the internal offices. If we do the doors, entry doors, do those have to be manned like they are in Emporia, Lyon County?
Maybe.
Because they're trying to keep the guns from even getting into the courthouse or any piece of equipment. But that entry would have to be manned.
You could put a lot of man hours there for $500,000.
I fully realize that these situations are not manned. They just got the barricades in place so they can't be an active shooter.
Well, I remember asking
in
Tom.
Individual ones. Here, you don't want any gun or anything come into the courthouse. It did have to be manned to do it right.
But you have not opted out, from my understanding, that people cannot carry in the courthouse.
Right, no place can't carry in the court.
District court
system.
Courtroom.
So I mean, if you came into the building and you had a firearm, there's nothing that prohibits that right now, because you haven't historically made that,
That's true.
that decision. So, I mean, you're using a firearm, and I think it needs to be clear that that's not something that this board has put in place by resolution or otherwise that I'm aware of.
I won't be able to get to my meetings on Monday. So, I mean, okay, so let's just go down to real numbers. District Court, $40,940. Treasurer's office, that's not gonna change, $140,154. So we're at $180,000. Even if you did do treasurer's, $285,000. Versus 500.
You get the CSO project just.
I don't know, that's $33,000 for 2 doors and 1 window. I don't, and the sheriff, isn't that gonna be part of the new jail?
Yeah. I believe so. I'm not sure exactly where that is.
So I mean, not that I'm not against this, no way, shape. I just.
A lot of jack.
It's a lot of money, and we're building $20 million for a new jail and redoing the court system.
Sure.
So.
And what you just said there, I'm not doing anything until I get an estimate on what this would be down here at these doors.
Right.
Because I feel like if you do it down to doors, you don't have to do all these other individually deals.
You need to, in my opinion, you need to protect the district court staff.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
someone can climb up on their counter and jump across, and you don't need that to happen. So
if we did the doors, we would be protecting them also.
They can still jump across. You get a family member in, and let me tell you.
Well, we can put bars on the deal people to jump.
You can put something there.
Constantine wire across there.
Sure.
I mean, that, to me, that's 2 different things.
Sure.
You got the people that want to jump, the jumpers, but we're trying to prevent the overall criminal from coming in to start out with. Now, when they get down there, then I'd say district court might need to do something here to keep the jumpers down, but it's,
I mean, that's
it's
our
2 different things to me.
The courthouse, district court is our responsibility, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's.
Yes.
Look, yeah, it's the Coffee County Courthouse, not the.
Yeah. So, that is our responsibility. You know, I'd see more of maybe some glass in front of their office from the outside. You know, because of the windows go all the way down.
The big windows go all the way down.
Yeah, you can see the whole frontage of the district court office.
But those doors on the other end are locked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did do that, but this,
I just don't, like I said, I just don't wanna turn around and do something knee-jerk. Every word I say makes it sound like I don't care about the people in the courthouse, and that's not what I'm getting at.
No.
I'm just
safety is important.
Safety is important, but I just wanna make sure we're doing it wisely with the new construction that's coming in. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. But again, I remember asking Steve that question, can these be altered after the fact, and the answer was yes.
I don't think it'd be a question, Tom. Some of that could be reused at another location. I would absolutely like to see what's gonna be down at the entry doors right now before I make a decision on this. But we probably need to telephone, give Steve a call. I don't think he was making a proposal on that. I think we left the impression our priority was here the day he was here.
I thought he was too. Yeah. But I remember Tom Johnson said, we asked which would be a priority, he said both. So that's
the only thing I'd say, like the attorney deal is, I know Tom says it can be reused, Steve said that, but would you have a place to reuse it?
Well, it's gonna be custom fit for that area, so you can take it down and use it somewhere, but you're gonna have to have that.
Could you use it somewhere else even? I mean, would you need it somewhere else?
I mean,
if you get to the solution, you won't need it.
I watched the glass go up in Allen County, and I can tell you that glass is extremely heavy, and you need I don't know how many people they have to put supports in the ceiling just to get it to stay up.
But it's gonna take a lot of labor, it's gonna take a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
It's taking a lot of money to install it, and it's gonna take a lot of money to decommission it.
Correct.
If you're gonna take it out and move it somewhere else, well, where are you gonna move it to? Because every office is different.
I
And
guess
so there's gonna be modifications.
Wade is kind of taking the lead on this. I would like for us to request from Wade to get a quote and a diagram for what would be down here at the doors with the intent of locking those doors.
Lock the west door.
Yeah. And
Have them not locked, but have key card.
Key card
it'd be
access.
just like the back, the downstairs doors, what we would do.
Have one entry.
But in reality, very few people, even employees, will be using it, well, because they would probably use one downstairs, because there's not gonna be a place to park back there anymore.
Right.
Much for employees,
So when the county attorney's office moves to the new facility, and my recommendation, and I think I've told some of you, that your commission
Executive.
office be in that office, and then you can have executive session for the current county attorney's office, so you don't have to go hop a skip and a jump downstairs to another place, and you're having to time it, because that just makes sense. I think that room's big enough. I think being able to
It used to
walk
be the
across the hall,
executive session
that I don't know.
No.
years ago, wasn't it? I thought they went across there for executive session, they got turned in, there were people listening and so on and so forth.
That was right.
Oh, was everybody
That was
here?
right. That was right here.
Okay.
No, that was here,
Okay.
and where that started is, we were in executive session one day, and we could hear the sheriff talking down in the lobby to somebody. So if you're sitting right outside the store.
You can hear it, yeah.
We've always done it here since
Oh.
I've been here.
You can hear the sheriff talking anywhere.
So if you put insulation in the walls, and if you did something to the ceiling to make it acoustically sound, then I don't think it's an issue, but my recommendation was you don't do it in here for that reason.
Go to your office.
If all you have to do is sit outside and put a chair up to the wall, whether intentional or unintentional, you can hear the entire conversation, then you don't even need to have an executive session.
Right, just have it open anyway. I would say get us some information on that way, please.
I thought he said you could like add to this glass or cut it down and make it smaller.
I think you can.
Yeah, so that's why I wasn't overly worried about this, because like I say, if you do a remodel,
But would you need any place to put it when you did remodel?
well, I'm assuming so. I mean, just like the attorney's office, if you move, after everything's said and done, you move Andrea up here, then she's already protected. I mean, it's already there, you don't have to alter anything.
Well, her really wouldn't need protected, because that other deal's gonna be moved over to the
It'll be in the sheriff's.
sheriff's deal.
The new building.
What would be moved?
The
Community corrections.
community corrections and executive session.
Chances are there'll be a space over there.
Over there for the
I would assume.
corrections, don't you reckon?
Well, I think the idea is to retrofit the existing vault for community corrections, but that's a different topic and a different project for a different day.
Right. So I'm just trying to look at dollars.
There are 3 of these individual projects out of the 7 that we don't have any
Pictures of.
We don't have any pictures of.
I don't recall, but I think there were some that indicated they weren't interested. Now, I think that's what Steve told me, but I'm not sure.
But there's 3 of them we don't currently have, so.
Bob, you got something real quick?
Yes, sir, this just popped up. You asked me this morning about the update on the TA agreement and the petition and getting the CID tax going. They're meeting right now, and we just got a resolution number. I need so that weeks ago, the attorneys finished their back and forth, and they were done. And the only problem after that was couldn't get the executives with TA to all get together to meet from all the different branches or whatever to agree to sign this thing. So they're meeting right now. We just gave them a resolution number, and I need a verbal resolution from the commissioners, resolution number 888, to authorize the chairman to execute the
real property tax rebate agreement.
For the TA?
Yes, sir.
What rebate agreement?
So, I guess we can be public, it doesn't have to be private. The, this is a copy of it.
It's not a rebate.
This 2 cents.
It was the, there was no new taxes being assessed to them.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
Correct.
Yeah, no rebate, it's just no new taxes.
No new property tax.
No new property taxes.
Yeah, you called it rebate.
Yeah.
But it's called, it is a rebate.
They're calling it.
It is. Okay.
In the instance where assessments do go up, okay, we can't control what the state valuations happen. You know? So in the instance where it does go up for a 3-year period, we agree as a county to rebate them the difference between what it is now and what it may go up to. I'm sorry.
Cover your section 5 and 6.
Yes, sir.
That's the rebate.
Yes, sir.
So I've worked with Mr. Serrano, who's sort of the architect of this behind the scenes, and he's been working with TA. I think, as Bobby indicated, the TA side sort of wanted to make sure their legal counsel was comfortable with what it said and what terms and conditions were contained within, and I think that's what the delay has been. It's not been on the county's part.
No, there ain't no doubt in my mind it's been on the corporate side versus the county side.
Yes, sir.
But corporate red tape.
That's how they get where they're at.
So it is true, yes, 3 years is the term that we agree as a county with TA to rebate them any difference should it occur.
Because this goes on for ever. So we only gotta show them good faith for 3 years. I'm good with it because it should have been done 30 years ago.
Or more.
So.
When it first went out.
It should have been done.
Yeah.
So the resolution 888.
Yes, sir.
Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign resolution number 888.
And do you wanna pass it out to everybody so they have the chance to look, and then we can circle back? I don't.
Sure.
We can talk about a couple other things while.
I mean, we've already went through this downstairs once before, if I remember correctly.
Excuse me.
You reviewed the topics or the summation?
So there have been several revisions going back and forth with the county and with TA. The final version has been vetted, and I think we've just been waiting on the clearance at the corporate level is the summary. So
yeah.
I've looked at it. I don't have any issues with it.
I'm just gonna pass 5 and 6, cause that's where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Number 5 and number 6 is basically what it, and then number 7's no special assessment.
And you don't have to execute, if the commission approves this, you don't have to execute until they give you our signed copy. And you sign it.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I just don't wanna do anything to hold this up any longer, cause we've been after this since, it's been almost 2 years.
Right.
Year and a half.
So the copy they sign is gonna have today's date as the approval.
I'm signing it today.
Yes, sir.
That goes on top of there. And then that goes on top of that.
Start collecting.
Take us about 90 days, but don't worry, I will.
I'm, as far as what'll take place on the tax side, sales, it'll start October 1,
90 days.
or will it be
No.
January 1?
It'll be after first year.
And Bobby, maybe to marry the benefit of this particular agreement to what actually is gonna be happening to the benefit of the citizens of Coffee County, we might just, so that it's
Yes, sure. So this particular statutory political subdivision is called a community improvement district, and it is a line drawn around a small area within the county, almost like creating another little city, but it doesn't have the powers of a city, but in its powers, it can charge fees which it can be sales tax or assessed property taxes. But the commissioners have chose to levy sales tax only within that small area out at Vito, which includes mainly 2 large gas stations who produce lots and lots of sales. So that 2-cent sales tax is going to be incredibly significant financially. But in creation of this CID, the idea is you have to do something with the money to benefit the people that you're charging this extra tax to, the sales tax. So we've talked about an industrial park up that way, and this would give the commissioners a chance to take that, ever how much money it generates, and go out and start to buy land and develop it and do things. Now that was talked about prior to any of the industrial stuff with this microprocessor stuff recently. So this would even give the commissioners money that is people are paying from Kansas City, from Topeka, from Wichita, passing through Coffee County, not on the backs of our citizens.
Right.
And this includes TA.
Yes,
What
sir.
about the Burger King and Subway?
Everything's sold.
Everything, it's absolutely everything total up there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I understood it, so.
Yeah.
Yep. So do we want to go ahead with the motion for Resolution 888?
If you're comfortable with it, I think everybody had a chance to look at the rebate provision.
Yeah, we talked about it quite in depth prior to, so I'm aware of that.
Don asked everything up there, but it's not, doesn't affect Four Rivers. The
No,
electric
sir.
bills on Four Rivers, people need to understand that, it's not everything, it's just.
So what about fuel?
No, sir, not fuel.
Not fuel.
Just items bought, purchased out of the stores, that sales tax is assessed on.
It's inside sales.
Yep.
Yes, sir. And it doesn't, tax wholesale items like truck tires or, fuel-related items that are tax exempt normally, or that an industry that, like truckers wouldn't normally pay tax on. Those things are not subject to this. So,
And that's included in one of the paragraphs, because I know that was something,
Burger and pop.
Serrano had to look into and got an opinion from
the AG.
The AG. So I think that's specifically included, that those things are not subject to this tax.
Correct.
All your tax exempt items for industries.
Restaurants, basically.
Yeah. Your pops, your sandwich, your chips, your meal.
2 eggs over medium.
Yeah, 2 eggs over medium.
And it's similar to a transient, guest tax for the hotels.
I started actually, after that discussion popped up, when on my latest travels here, I started paying attention to that, and it's like, man.
Some of them pretty darn high, aren't they?
Yeah, 10-11%. You get further up north, it's higher yet.
Now, this won't go on the guest tax, though, right? Will this be 2% on top of the guest tax?
On hotel tax?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Go.
Need a motion to authorize, direct the chairman to sign an agreement for resolution number 888.
That's it.
That's it.
We'll draft that resolution, according to this.
888. 88.
888.
That's what they told me.
Or 888.
Also move.
Tom's
We need some more
moved.
verbiage on that.
Oh.
Do we need more verbiage?
In case you got everything written down, what it is.
I'll need the actual heading, but I can add that in later.
Yeah, here's the name of the document.
Thank you.
CID.
That's the rebate agreement. There's a petition also they're signing today.
Oh, okay. But that's the resolution, that's what we needed, the
Yes, sir.
resolution number 888 for.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which is a rebate.
Rebate. Yeah. Rebate agreement. Bob's moved.
Tom moved.
Oh, Tom moved, sorry.
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for
Thanks for
what you
getting
and
this
Wade
on-
have done
getting this
to
on
try
the
to
road.
get this. Both of you have worked.
Been a lot of diligent work on that.
You've helped. You've helped
It'd be
some.
nice to get that before Christmas.
And Bobby's worked
Get that before holiday traffic.
and went way better than what Jesse would have done, I guarantee you that. You got any more roundtable? Or are we, and do we need to go around and wait for you?
No, two things. One, I know there's been an extensive conversation about time clocks and time management software. My push would be for whether you do time clocks or not, is to push for the time management side of things so that the errors within potentially keeping track of time, vacation time can be started as soon as possible and then figure out the time clock situation later. That's my,
Well, you wasn't here last week when we had those demos. Did you watch anything?
I watched the first one and then I had to deal with some other things.
Okay.
So, time clocks, I think that may be a trickier issue, but I mean, you could go old school and put a time clock in people's offices and you probably end up in the same place versus software. My main concern from the feedback I've gotten since I got here is the paper copies and turning them in, and then inevitably, unintentionally, mistakes are made because you have so many hands that piece of paper goes through. If employees are responsible, they can sit at a computer and enter their own time and hit at the end. I verify that these are true and accurate numbers, then it automatically populates and it'll save stuff.
This is time clock or time management? Cause I think I'm just opposite of what you're saying.
It's keeping track of your hours and.
Right, which is, you
Real
clock
time.
in, you clock in and you clock out.
Sure. So-
That's it. You don't,
If you require employees to put something on their phone, I think we're gonna have issues.
right.
And I understand that idea and concept, and if somebody wants to do that voluntarily, but I don't think you can make somebody do it unless you provide them a phone to do it with. So then you end up in the courthouse and at their workstation, if that's where they're gonna do it, because they're gonna be provided a computer.
You can provide them a place to do it.
Sure.
It can be their report of business.
Correct. So,
Or a supervisor.
right. So whatever you do, I saw that it was potentially being looked at for January 1st, 2023. At least that's what I read in the paper. I wasn't here for the last two, so I don't know where that ended up. The second topic, I had an at-length discussion with Sheriff Friend about the project manager versus the construction manager. And I know there's quite a bit of chatter outside the building about Goldberg and whoever ends up being the construction manager wanting to nickel and dime the county and eat through whatever the costs and fees are related to the construction of this building. In my conversation with Sheriff Friend, and I think he reiterated that today, he did not share those same concerns that somebody, multiple people on the outside would have. I would encourage you, until you hear from whoever your construction manager might be, and that's the different options, to keep that project manager idea or concept in the back of your head, because I'm not sure that a construction manager might fill the role of what you're talking about. And I understand the concern that they're hired by the county and they're working directly with the architect, but I think that would require somebody at this level to contact their prior places in which they've been employed to see if they just had change order after change order after change order after change order, trying to milk the cash cow, because I think you'd find that somebody in that line of work, if they
Wouldn't be
have
in
a,
business very long.
if they have a good, solid reputation, then you're gonna find that they were actually doing that job in a way to save money and to not make sure, if I remember right, the guy we met, Don, you were there, one of the examples was there were some spot welds somewhere that weren't done right, and they went back and they called out whoever had put those welds in, and they made them redo it because it affected the structural integrity of that build. And that's the kind of person you want, in my opinion.
And that was River City, is that right?
That's
what
the
Mr. Friend said, it was River City that was their
right
manager of the project.
That's who managed
the contractor also, right?
No.
River City wasn't their contractor.
There was a contractor? There was a
River
manager?
City was their contractor that got the job.
I've never dealt with a project of this caliber, but projects in similarity, that's the only way I can describe it. And normally, you get a bid, we're gonna get a bid from 4 or 5 different companies to build this jail. You award that bid, and that's your construction guy. That company will have a project manager on staff, but that's all he does is, he or she, is they study those blueprints, they go around and make sure all your subs are doing, all his subs, their subs, are doing what they're supposed to do in the correct manner. So I think to hire another individual to come in and oversee that project manager is gonna cause a lot of conflict, in my opinion only. Again, I've done, I don't know, I guess I can name names, Lloyd Builders, Pearson out of Topeka. Like I say, they'll bid a project for X amount of dollars, and they have a quality control guy on staff, which is the project manager, and he oversees all the subs. Now, he may not know everything about all this, the electrical, maybe he lacks a little bit there, but he will have a person in that office that works for that same company that he can call and ask a question if he needs to. And a project of this caliber as well, there's gonna be, they can draw down on paper all day long, all you want, but when it comes time to plant that piece of pipe right here, it may have to scoot over 3 inches in order for it to work because of whatever,
So those are projects you've worked in the past, and when that project construction manager, if they have an issue, will they come and talk to you and say, here's what we need to do and here's why, or?
There's a whole lot of people making on the same level, if you will. Everybody knows the problem, everybody knows the answer to the solution, or the solution to the problem. I mean, there's not one person just said, oh, well, just do that. I mean, no. It's not.
Because it affects people down the line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There'll be a lot of eyes on site.
There'll
We
be
gotta
a
make
lot of
sure
eyes.
that a good side of eyes for us.
And actually, the advantage to where it's being located is, they're in front of God and everybody. I mean, it's gonna.
Yeah, they're not out in the middle of a 360 acre field.
No, yeah, no.
They're right here by the courthouse.
It'll draw a lot of attention.
Yeah.
So, I'm not overly concerned, in my opinion. I mean, again, none of those projects I've been involved in are this magnitude, but even the smallest projects, you have a project manager, and that's all he does, is he makes sure everything goes how it's supposed to go.
So the question is, from some on the outside, is are they getting an extra cut? They say, oh, well, this PVC pipe, although it's where it should be and what it looks like, we should say, we need a change order so we can add more money to our pocket. I think that's one of the concerns on the outside. And then, oh, well, Mr. Goldberg, he's gonna get extra money, the integrity of the process in the situations where you've worked with a construction manager, how has that, have you been comfortable thinking that, oh, the construction manager's picking on something because they wanna do another change order because whoever it is needs more money in their pockets? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. It does, and I haven't encountered it. I mean, you know.
Those companies didn't get where they are from doing that.
No, they don't build a very good reputation. I mean, we were involved in a project in Emporia. It was a sizable project. You know, the architect, I think on that one, missed a utility pad or two, which we had to apply for a change order because it really wasn't on the drawings. I mean, basically, it's on the drawings, you gotta live by it.
So that's this concept between construction manager and project manager, and I think before you move forward with pushing too hard on a project manager, you wait and see what the construction manager has to say.
Basically, you're, in my opinion only, you're telling the company you hired to build you a jail, you don't trust them.
If you trust them, why are you doing it? If you don't trust them, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
Now, you might, as Sheriff Friend indicated, Dickinson County had a project manager, and you might call out to commissioners or whoever's in the know in Dickinson County and figure out why they had a project manager in addition to a construction manager, or whether they were using those terms interchangeably and it was the same person. But Sheriff Friend only had the construction manager, and he was confident in that person.
But Sheriff Friend was also, I believe, a little bit of the project. He was the go-between between the architect and
Mr. Johnson, Tom will be the same. I mean.
Yeah, if he has time.
Oh, yeah.
He'll make time.
And he'll have Eric with him.
But the benefit will be it's gonna be right in our backyard.
And that's why I said out in front of God and everybody, it's not like it's on the south edge of town where they can throw some dirt on it.
Covered up.
So, just food for thought.
Did Angie leave anything for you?
Yes, she had two questions. One is if you guys are wanting the residency requirement to remain in the employee handbook, policy manual.
Must live within the boundaries of Coffee County to be hired or to be an employee. I know we got a couple. That's all I know.
I still go with the fact, and I don't think we're at that point yet where we've got to go out, still go with the fact is, if you're gonna work in Coffee County, you need to live in Coffee County and pay your taxes in Coffee County.
I feel the same way about school districts and teachers.
When I was on school board 30 years ago, I argued that point.
But you can't fill the position.
You couldn't always get enough.
Yeah, you can't fill the position.
I just threw it out there that one week just to see where it landed. I see where it lands.
Yeah, Christina asked her and made her needing to know so that they can get that.
Really isn't a problem as of right now, and the commission can always change it down the road if it becomes a problem, my thinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe that's why 2,000 leave the county.
Yeah, we don't need to start creating problems.
So do you want to leave it out?
Leave as is.
Leave as is for the time being.
Okay. And then the other thing is the Coffee County Government Day with the school district. There is a date of Wednesday, October 5th, and she wanted to know if that date would work.
Wednesday, October 5th.
And what's that consist of?
This email here says it looks like it's department heads, meeting with students from 9:30 until 12:25 for about 9 20-minute rotations.
I can tell you guys what it is, because I've done it for years.
I know Bob's been doing it.
They come in, we meet the students, we give them a little deal. The commission part, we come in here and we kind of explain to them what the commissioners are. I usually tell them who the commissioners are and basically what their districts are. tell them all, hey, you'd be a good commissioner when you get eligible, old enough to vote, and if you wanna run for commissioner and commission, it's about 10-15 minutes at most, and they'll go to another department and hear all this around. I mean, it's a good deal. But I'd be willing to do it one last time.
Yeah, this is your last go.
I've heard from students you do a good job at it, Bob, so.
I'm good with it. Whatever, Bob's good with it?
October 5th, that's a Wednesday, so.
Yep.
Usually it's on Thursday, and and it kinda conflicted with my EMS meeting, but it seemed we changed a little EMS so I could be for it, so. But I'm glad it's on Wednesday this time.
Yeah, I know I got a meeting that day, so.
That works good.
Is that it?
Yep, that's all she had.
Mr. Tom, you got anything?
Actually, I just did it with the project manager thing, so
Okay.
I'll bring that up.
Bob's probably still compiling information.
No, actually,
You gonna let loose today?
I wonder if Brad is here, because I was contacted about, out at, Noxious Weed and there. They don't get any of the notices that go out over the phones, like for the Whip Creek drills, or if, if the courthouse closes in the winter, they're not aware of it, their phone doesn't work.
That would be
It used to
through
work.
emergency preparedness.
Yeah, it'll be through Amber.
Well, but Brad's a phone guy.
Yeah, but Amber, see, I wasn't getting Amber stuff, but you have to sign up for the weather alert.
No. When this happens, it announces in the courthouse and everywhere, the drill has started, or the courthouse will be closing at 11 o'clock. It's not going on, it's not coming through on their phone. It used to, but it's no longer doing that. So actually.
It comes through on the desk phone.
Yes.
Oh.
So actually what happened one time,
Tied to.
they were out there working for about 3 hours after courthouse and everything, everybody else went home.
Well, they've been good employees.
But anyway, they just wanted to know if
Dedication.
something could be done about that to get that. And I guess I'll just have Andrea talk to Brad about that, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because they need to be notified too. I mean, they're part of it. So that's all I have.
That's it.
That's pretty simple.
That's simple. Yeah, I know, I don't like all the weather alerts.
I'll just pass.
But I have to have the stupid weather alert on my
I'll
phone
just pass it on.
to get the Wolf Creek,
Add it to my list. too.
Wolf Creek information. I don't like that. I don't care if it's raining in Topeka, Kansas, or there's a storm. But I have to have it because of the emergency preparedness for the Wolf Creek.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you what, you used to, Russell, he used to send us emails and stuff. I don't know, he must just sit there and round things that we didn't even know.
Don, do you have anything, sir?
Just a couple of short things, I was gonna ask, remind you, Bobby, on the circus, maybe the financial side of it, as well as if he's planning on it next year, but he probably hadn't got everything summarized yet. I'll visit with him this week and see if he can give us an update on it for next week. The station lots down there, I understand there's a couple of businesses got quite a bit of interest in that, and, the projected expenses we had in all that cleanup was in an email here last week. And I'll check with Bobby this week and maybe bring a little update on both those subjects next week. I don't have anything else.
Andrea?
Okay. So the women's bathroom upstairs across the hall, turns out that the leak was a crack in the drain. So it looked like it was flooding the bathroom up here, but it's actually the crack in the drain that was flooding into the bathroom below. So this bathroom is usable. The drain is covered, and Cooks is looking into seeing what they can do to either put a sleeve over that drain or how much so they don't have to tear it apart. I'm not sure how big of a project that will be, but it flooded the bathroom below and the tiles below and into the ceiling. And
Speaking of bathrooms, I hate to interrupt you, but are they ever gonna fix that one downstairs, the men's downstairs?
the urinal, they're waiting on a part, they said. So hopefully not too much.
In Harbor and China somewhere.
And the church demolition, I was talking to Ty Skillman, they're looking at getting that going at any time. Not sure where October 6th came from, but several people had heard that they weren't gonna start till October 6th, I'm not sure why. but they are looking at getting everything together to get that going anytime. And then the extension office, did everybody see the quote that I emailed for some HVAC work? Some pretty expensive HVAC work.
Basically replacing everything but the ductwork
Yeah.
inside.
Well, that was just gonna be a move-in deal for him.
Yeah, move in and fix and repair.
I will say, on the church, I was contacted by, Mike Skillman last week. He was wanting to know about the asbestos mitigation for the windows, and he had this plan that he had proposed, and I said, I'm not the guy to talk to. I gave him the number of the Blackstone, contact environmental. He called and talked to Lindsay, and apparently what he's planning on doing meets the mitigation requirements, and that's what his plan is, so.
He is planning on salvaging them.
Well, I don't think he's gonna salvage it, to get him out of there and do it to where he's following what OSHA would require.
I see.
Well, didn't he have 90 days to complete that project? Wasn't that in his bid? And I think the start date on that was like August the 18th or something.
Yeah.
And he's waiting till October. I mean, he can do it. I mean, more power to him. I'm for it, but he's putting. What happens if he doesn't get it completed by the 90 days? And I guess since he's waiting so long to start it, is there a penalty for that? Or does he just drive out in 90 days and what's left is?
But no, he's got certain
He's gotta
requirements.
do it, so, that if it's not done within the 90 days and weather's been good, is there a penalty for it?
I think there's a performance bond that's a part of the bid, or the RFP, if I remember right. So we can potentially look to enforce that performance bond. Now, I think that may be getting the cart before the horse, but.
Well, I'm just asking,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if he waited almost over a month to start a project, he's gonna,
I mean, it's, that RFP has it down to compacting the dirt that's filled back in. I mean, that's probably a lot more detailed than, Jesse would like, but the devil's in the details. And if the detail's not there, then it's not part of the contract. You didn't agree to do it, so.
Well, and he didn't even realize that there was asbestos in the windows. Because he didn't read the Blackstone report.
What date did his contract say he was gonna start? I don't recall.
Well, we'd have to pull the contract.
I see the one that
It was
says he
a
was
week.
starting a week before the bid was.
Yeah.
August 18th, I
Yeah.
believe is what the date was.
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause
So we
yeah,
opened
yeah, that's
on
right,
the-
that was odd, because it was
Yeah.
before the date we opened the bid.
Yeah.
We opened them on the 29th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And- Yeah, it
So
was 18th.
it's kinda like the NFL draft. When you're on the clock, you're on the clock. So he's on the clock.
Okay, but one thing we want to do remember, because when it gets done, is, I take it he's gonna take that back sidewalk and the steps and stuff, that part of the project. Well, yeah, it is, because it's
Attached to the building.
somebody needs to be getting with the city, because the city has some intent, from talking to a couple of the road guys, the sewer guys, of replacing the sewer in the front of that building before we get too excited on making new parking lanes and stuff. They wanna make the drainage from here down to Hudson Street.
They probably need to contact whoever with the city, contact, Skillman, because within the RFP, it talks about dealing with the utilities and making sure they're.
No, this would be an
This
after,
storm-
this
this
would be
is
storm
storm
sewer
sewer.
after that, before the county starts doing,
Gotcha.
before the county starts doing a lot with it, they'll need to talk to the city to see, because no sense us going in and redoing something, then have to tear it out for the.
Sure. Okay.
So that's, just keep in mind. I probably won't be here, but.
And I think,
I'm on it.
go ahead.
No, I just told him I'm on it. So.
I think Goldsberg put together preliminary, overlay of what a parking lot would look like. I
Oh, yeah?
think he's, at no cost to the county, so that in case someone wants to say, oh, he's gonna charge for that.
Some of design elevations.
Yep, just schematics and how many stalls. I think he brought that with him last week, but you might check that out. Speaking of Goldberg, I don't know if he's gonna be here at any point, but Greg Berenberg probably needs to be here on the bond side of things, because at some point in time, decisions will have to be made there, and we're facing, looking down the barrel of another Fed hike on interest rates at some point soon. I think October is the next cycle, so.
Yeah, and I think I made a statement before I left on my trip about maybe it was more economical to go with local financing, but it sounds like interest rates are a moving target, and the initial rates that Richard was given was higher than what that he's recently received.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say, I don't mean to speak wrong, but it sounds like nothing's carved in stone as far as exact interest rates yet, and everything's just bouncing all over with due to the Fed's hike and getting competitive here, so.
This is a
It's yet to be seen.
new air conditioning system or at the 4-H building?
Extension office.
Extension office. Have we taken action on this?
No, that just came to me, the extension office sent it here, so I told them I'd bring it here to see about either approval or what we need to do, because they said, yeah, they need to get that going before the whole
So
thing
this is just a
down.
single source bid, correct?
Yeah,
Since we use Modern Air most of the time?
and they've already done some of the initial work.
We don't have to get. Total cost is 10,000.
Yep.
Yeah. It's over 10, but they'll have to get more than, they'll have to get.
Do they have to get one more? They can get one from Cooks, can't they?
10, I'm sure they can. Or, I don't know, and Burlington Plumbing. There's a couple.
Oh, is there other?
Yeah, there's a couple here in town that could maybe do a project like that.
There's 2 or 3 others that could do that one, I think.
Yeah. Does True Enterprise do that stuff?
I'm sorry?
Does True do that stuff?
They don't get involved, to my knowledge.
But there might be some locals that.
I'm not gonna speak for them, but Jim Tweed, which is Creighton Cox.
Yeah, that's not a big project there, I don't.
Creighton Cox probably.
Anything else? Dawn, you got anything else?
No.
Oh, yeah, we was over to Andrew, wasn't we?
Oh, because I think that was why we haven't, that's the trouble.
Okay. The only thing I had, I think, I'll apologize to I don't know if they was included or not, but the extension office wasn't down at the appreciation.
I know, I've thought of that, somebody said something about it about 10 minutes after 12, and I usually contact them and tell them, and I forgot about it. Yeah.
Things slip away.
They do, when you, out of sight, out of mind sometimes, I guess. But we need to make a note on that for the Thanksgiving dinner and all that.
I didn't even think about it.
So this is how we're doing it, we just acknowledge each one of us okays this, is that how that goes?
Yeah, if you are okay with that.
Well, I mean, if I'm okay with it, I pass on to the next one, and
So I've been gone the last couple of weeks, but Terry sets this down, my desk.
Yes.
Did you,
Yeah, I can copy it real quick.
Well, we just go and take this to the board and fill it out.
Sorry, my stapler
Thank
broke,
you.
that's why everything has a clip on it.
no, I can't sign it, cutting budget. Cutting budget, I gotta look through all my text messages.
I don't think I had any, from what I,
Yeah, clear as a bell.
that one day I came in early, so it was 9:30.
You was hungover that day, weren't you?
That was an extra long day.
Yeah, I guess she had a 9.5 hour day.
Yeah, we came in and helped with the pay, that's all.
These minutes don't make sense. Secretary Rhonda Gilbert called this meeting to order at the regular board meeting of Coffee County Housing Authority. And then it says, other commissioners in attendance were, first of all, she's not a commissioner, and she can't call a meeting to order. It has to be.
The housing?
Housing Authority, has to be, the board has to be
The
there to
board has
call a
to be
meeting to
there.
order.
Yeah, that's typed wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, so, I'm,
Strike. I guess they're gonna have to correct it, are they not?
they're gonna need to correct something, because that can't be the way that it happened. Is that correct, Wade? The secretary can't call a meeting to order, or administrator.
You still good with it, or you take your name off of it?
Well, this is their minute, all that does verify that I read it. Doesn't verify that I agree with it.
Right.
That I read it. I think they need to probably redo their minutes.
Me too.
You want me to, or say, get with her, or is that for somebody else?
You can ask her about those minutes.
Okay.
Just ask her, because they probably need to clean them up. Somebody had to call that meeting. Mike Skillman, oh, wait a minute. Other commissioners in attendance were Aaron Copeland, Bud Redding, and Greg Stice, comma, Mike Skillman and Bill Parker were absent. So, they need to work on on how they.
Probably just a wording issue, I imagine. Wade, you're gonna check with Steve Pasco on, see if he's gonna present a project in the entryway.
6th Street corner.
Yes, sir.
Mark told me
I don't think that was part of his,
that they're considering maybe if we want.
part of his,
Putting a
his
sidewalk
projection.
in the back door. Putting.
Cause this bid's only good for next Monday.
There, maybe one up here.
Yep.
Something else. They
We need
want.
2 of them.
Right.
I agree.
I won't be here,
I don't want him to have to come
but out
back.
to your memory that need their.
Well, he won't come back.
Mark's
He's
already
already-
talking about that.
He's already had the
Yeah.
measurements
We
and
put a
done,
canopy
so.
too, so they won't get wet, but it might not be high enough for the semi.
If anybody doesn't have anything else,
That stuff out, that's something they can talk about.
we will adjourn at
That wouldn't be bad anyway for kids.
1:12.
I'll check now.
Bob was talking, couldn't hear.
Are we doing checks and balances next Monday?
I think it's,
Next
Wednesday, the 28th.
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
It's the 28th.
All the more reason to have the,
I don't know whether you.
clock in, clock out.
I don't quite understand.
But since I'm